friends. I am back with Vince Russo today. It's been a while since Vince and I have talked. Vince is a good friend, and the first time we connected, Vince, I guess it was a number of years ago. You had just finished reading the memoirs of Billy Shears, and
Right.
you wanted me to come on your show, and so we talked about it. And before we got started here, we were just talking about back during that show. I'd said to Vince that I was getting out of this, that I wasn't going to continue the research into the Beatles and Paul McCartney. And here it is now. It's, 6 years later, and I'm still plugging away. And I was explaining to Vince that it's because it's like a big puzzle, folks, and it just keeps getting weirder and stranger as we go along, and it gets to the point where it defies, what most people think reality is about, and so at least for me, Vince, it piques my interest. How about yourself? You still give it any thought? I see your shirt is Paul is Dead.
Oh yeah, I've got my Paul is dead. If you want it, Happy Christmas, John and Yoko. My kids actually bought me this last Christmas, and I popped huge. Hey, listen, Mike, I told you this was something that was brought to my attention. I'll never forget it, man. I was, we when we were kids, we bowled in a league. And I remember, man, I had to be 6 or 7 growing up on Long Island. It was a Saturday. We were at the bowling alley. And then all of a sudden there was this buzz around the bowling alley. We're talking 1967 now, that Paul McCartney's dead.
Yeah.
And I swear, man, I ran home. We had all the records, of course, listen to the records, listen to all the clues. Then that special came on with what was the lawyer's name? Lee.
I know who you're talking about. Yes, yes.
Well, yeah, the Paul is Dead special came on, which scared the living crap out of me. So, this has been something that's been very near and dear to my heart. Like I said, man, since I'm 7 years old, I always followed it. Then I came across you. And man, Mike, I'll be honest with you, man. I fell in love with you, man. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I fell in love with you. I fell in love with the show. You were going to walk away a couple years ago, but like Michael Corleone, you keep getting pulled in. They keep pulling you back in. I'm one of those pulling you back in. And I wait, a lot of my TV watching is YouTube, because good shows on TV are really few and far between.
Yep.
Even though there are a couple good documentaries, man, you got to watch did you see the Casey Anthony yet?
No, nope.
I would love your take on that. Just some very, very, very interesting stuff. But I don't watch a lot of TV. I really watch YouTube, and I mean, I wait with bated breath for your new videos to come on. And the last one really caught me by surprise. Mike, this is how it usually works with you. And I have, I've got 3 older kids, and I've got my boys, turned on to you as well. Here's how it usually starts. Mike's got the topic. Okay, this one was Billy has a prosthetic eye.
Right.
Prosthetic eye. And we sit there and we're like, all right, Mike, you're getting a little crazy now. Like, this has gone a little too far, but this is what you always do, and this is what I love about you. Then we break into the slide presentation. Then we've got photos, and then we got video, and then all of a sudden it's, wait a minute. Like,
I know.
yeah, I mean, I have to ask you this. When that woman first contacted you and was telling you about this, did you kind of feel the same way till you started looking into it yourself?
Yeah, so what happened was Sally is part of the team of colleagues that I work with, and we're a loosely knit group. We don't stay connected every day. So what happens is when we come up with stuff or we have ideas and thoughts that we want to share, we will connect, and we will talk about stuff. So it went back months ago, and Sally was talking about his eyes, and I remember when she was first putting up some images. And we have a small forum that it's just 4 of us that operate within this particular Facebook page. It's so that we can just share our ideas without a whole bunch of noise in the line. You know how that goes. So she was putting some images up, and I remember thinking to myself, where's she going with this? I knew about the lazy eye going back to the Vivian Stanshall presentation I did back in 2019, but I just thought he had, a slightly lazy eye that drifted to the left, his left eye. And as she was putting more information out there, I was, I wrote her back and I'm like, are you saying that he's got an artificial eye? And she says, yes. And here's the thing. I never knew that Sally had an artificial eye ever since she was a child. So she knows all about artificial eyes, and she knows what to look for, how they move and the anomalies and stuff like that. So when she presented more of her information, I thought, you know what? She's right. I think she's right. So we were going to include it in a larger presentation because she's been doing a lot of investigation. You see, Billy's very tied into, Vince, as you know, into the occult and mythology, the esoteric, mysticism, all of this stuff. So she wanted to tie it into a presentation she was doing on Pan, the mythological god Pan. And it got to the point where the information that she was showing me, I said, look, this is really important. And I don't think that this is something that we should just bury within or include as a topic within an overall larger presentation. I think that this stands by itself. And so I said, let's do that. Let's make a separate presentation to talk about the eye. And so she agreed to do that. So to answer your question, when it first came up, I was like you and probably everybody else, well, where is this going? And then once she laid it all out, I concluded that yes, indeed, he has an artificial eye, because as you know, Vince, the slides that I showed, I would isolate the left-hand side of the face and the right-hand side of the face, and we can see that that left eye many times is not in alignment with the right eye. Now, for the folks that don't know, Sally's discovery has shown that Billy's artificial eye is his right eye. He has a glass eye, or an ocular prosthetic is the proper way, I guess, to describe it. And he sees with his left eye. And so when she started sending me videos and still images where you can see it, in fact, I did it myself without Sally sending me information over. I started taking a look myself, and then I was like, okay. And then we got validation with the current updated edition of Memoirs, which came out this month, November of 2022. And Tom added 2 footnotes, which pretty much, I don't even want to say pretty much, it validated the discovery that he does have an artificial eye. His right eye he cannot see out of. And it's interesting, I don't know if I should talk about this, but I will anyway. So the way it really kind of came about was Sally was trying to, and because she's a professional, to be very discreet about this. And so when she made the discovery, she actually reached out to Tom. And she says, look, I have an artificial eye. I know the ins and outs, how the eye moves and what to look for. And he has an artificial eye. And she presented that to Tom, and initially, Sally said to me that Tom was not, how should I say this? He was not diving in, right? He took a step back, and I don't know whether that's because he wasn't expecting somebody to figure it out. And Sally had said to Tom that she would be very discreet about this, that if this was something that was too personal to put out into the public arena, that she wouldn't do it. She would hold back and she wouldn't do it. So Tom, to his credit, didn't say, yeah, you know what, don't do it. And he said, you guys do what you've got to do, but the only thing that we ask is that you use discretion, you know, which we always do. We don't do anything for shock value. We present the facts, we present the research, we present our evidence and our findings, and then we let the audience decide where they want to go with it. So if I had to guess, it seemed to me that I don't think they expected that piece of it to be figured out. And it's a very important piece of evidence because, as you know, Vince, it clearly delineates Billy from biological Paul because Paul didn't have an artificial eye. It also helps us to identify Billy's doubles and lookalikes because he's used them throughout his timeline as well. Because some people have written me and said, well, I've looked at this image and that image and his eyes seem to be okay. I said, well, there's a couple of things at play. His eyes aren't always going to be out of alignment. First of all, you have to understand that. Second of all, it could be a lookalike or a double. He has used them. In fact, in memoirs, it tells us to this day he still uses a double. And the other thing that we have to consider is that some images, like especially on album covers as an example, there's the possibility that the images could have been cleaned up to correct any anomalies with the eyes aligning. So there's a number of factors that play into it. But when you take a look at candid images of him or photographs of him on the internet, you can see it. And I had two images in my presentation. I know you saw them, where I showed that it's very clear that he did play the character of Vivian Stanshall in the Bonzo Dog Band with Neil Innes. And I was always getting the question about, but how come the eyes are different? And Billy had he had eye surgery, cosmetic surgery or plastic surgery that's referred to as blepharoplasty, kind of a tricky word. And that type of procedure and that surgery is designed to redefine the eye, to redefine the shape of the eye. And so, with the two images that I showed, I felt very comfortable that it was evidence that he played the character of Stanshall. I was convinced of it going back to when I did the presentation in 2019 because of the lazy eye. Just that in itself. What are the odds that somebody would have the same, two different people would have the same eye configuration? And it's very, very low odds. So anyway, that's how it came about. And so I view it as the most significant piece of evidence that's been discovered in this whole area of research since this area of research has begun. Because before this, researchers would talk about differences in height. They would talk about, differences in the jawline, in the ears. Billy has a higher forehead and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, that's all good stuff. But when you get down to taking a look at being able to identify an artificial eye, that's very tangible. You're getting out of the land of subjective, and it's far, far more objective.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Because bro, you got me going crazy now because every time I'm looking at them, I'm just looking at the eyes. Forget the content. I'm just looking at the eyes. There's a couple things I want to bring up, and I want to see how you feel about these things. Right hand of God. Here's where I started. Alexa, does Paul McCartney have a fake eye? Okay, Alexa, quiet. She's right behind me. Every time I bring her up, she talks. Okay. Now, she said, here's what's very interesting about this. She said, believe it or not, that in an interview on the Late Breakfast Show, that Paul McCartney, said he had a lazy eye. So sure, I knew nothing about this late breakfast show. I knew nothing about it. So I researched it. Yes, it was a show. He was on by himself. He was on with Linda numerous times, like 83, 85. I was able to find a lot of clips on the show, but I could not find that one clip. So I myself never heard him say, I have a lazy eye. But, according to our friend behind me, he said it on this show. So now, Mike, the interesting thing is this is 83, 84, 85. All of a sudden, this was bizarre to me. There was a video made in 2010. You know about this video, right?
Which one is it?
The eye yoga.
Oh, yes, yes, where he's talking about his eye yoga exercises. Yes.
Yeah, 2010. I apparently he went to India and he learned these eye exercises, and he explains you got muscles in your eyes, you can control your eyes. He even went through the exercises with us. His daughter even confirmed in a later interview about the eye yoga, and she does the same thing. So now that's where it gets a little tricky for me. Because if he had a lazy eye, that would make sense. I have a lazy eye. I'm going to try to strengthen the muscles in my eye. I'm going to learn this eye yoga, okay? But on the other side of the coin, if he really does have a prosthetic eye, this would totally throw you off course. So, I just wonder, because on the surface, say he doesn't have a prosthetic eye. On the surface, that all makes sense. It all makes sense. I got a lazy eye. I learned, eye yoga to straighten the muscles in my eye. That all makes sense. But then when we get back to the Illuminati, and something that you taught me and we see over and over and over again, what is one of the main rules? They put everything right in front of our face, so they could say, we told you so. You just didn't want to believe us.
Right.
So it's funny because when I look at these facts, you can state a case for both examples. He could have a lazy eye and he was learning how to straighten the muscles in the eye, or he's bringing attention to his eye for us. Now, here's something else I noticed, though. This I was a little surprised with. When you go back and you look at a lot of the concert footage, I would say 90% of the concert footage, and I'm talking Wings and beyond, Wings and solo, I'm talking. Bro, the way that piano is positioned, you're always seeing the left eye. It's always positioned this way. He never changes the set year after year after year. It's always this way. So one would assume he doesn't want to bring attention to the prosthetic eye. And I went through many, many videos, and the piano was always in the same position, okay? But then, Mike, this was like really interesting to me. I just watched last night a very recent interview. When his lyrics book came out, he did an hour-long interview with the CEO of Barnes & Noble. The guy's name was James Daunt. I don't know if you saw this or not.
No.
And this was about a year ago, so very, very recent. Now, in this interview, he is positioned the other way. So the entire interview now, you are looking at his right eye, which it appeared through all the concert footage for so many years that it was the complete opposite, because he didn't want to bring attention to that eye. So it's just things like that are very, very weird to me, because I would think it's almost like an actor has a good side and a bad side. Stern's that way. You can only shoot Stern a certain way. I would think But then again, you don't know. I would think he wouldn't want to bring attention to it. But on the other hand, he's bringing attention to it. And again, is that the tricks of the Illuminati? So when you look at, all sides of this, bro, it's like you said, it's just very, very bizarre.
It is. So, and the first thing that came to mind, Vince, is that, when he's doing the interview and he's facing the interviewer and it's mostly his right eye is prominent. That's not to say that he won't do interviews where he's sitting that way, where his right eye is facing the interviewer. The difference in my mind is that when he's playing live, he actually has to see what he's doing. You see? So if he's playing the piano or he's playing his guitar, it's interesting, going back a number of years ago, there was a video that was put out and it was comparing Billy playing bass and biological Paul playing bass. And the video was saying that Paul rarely looked down at the
Right.
fingerboard when he was playing and Billy looked down a lot.
Right.
And so, a lot of people thought that was because Paul was a lot more adept at playing the bass. And that could very well be because Paul was naturally left-handed. Billy is not. Billy's right-handed. So one could make the argument that the reason why Billy kept looking down at his fingers a lot when he was playing was because he is right-handed and he's playing left-handed and he wants to make sure he's in the right place at the right time when he's playing the notes, right? But now the explanation could also be, I'm not discounting what I just said, but it could also be that the reason why he was looking down was because he can't see with his right eye. So, when he's playing the bass and, the bass, the neck is on the right-hand side of your body when you're left-handed. And so the reason why he probably kept looking over was because he couldn't see the neck of the bass, and so it was one of those things where he got himself acclimated to doing that for two reasons. One was because he's naturally right-handed. He's playing left. He wants to make sure that he's where he's supposed to be on the neck. The other thing is, if he can't see out of his right eye, then it's kind of weird. There's just this darkness. So he's looking over so that he can get his field of vision going. The other thing too is what Sally mentioned, because I'm not an expert in this, right? She's the one that knows all about the ocular prosthesis, the artificial eyes. She pointed out how with his right eye, there's a bulge above the eyelid, right? That you don't see on the left-hand side. And she said that's because, the ocular or the glass eye is there and it's pushing the eyelid out a little bit. And that's why you have that bulge there. It's not a big bulge, but it's definitely there. What I've noticed is as he got older, I see it's more prominent, that bulge in the right eye because of the artificial eye. So, but they do put it out there in front of you. It's like, as an example, I did a recent video and it was when Billy he did the McCartney 3-2-1 special on Hulu with Rick
Right.
Rubin, and they were talking about the bass line on My Guitar Gently Weeps. And I don't know if you noticed, but I called it out in the video. There was a lot of shadowing, one eye shadowing effect doing that filming, right?
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, it didn't seem to me, I don't know whether you agree with me or not, it didn't seem to me that Billy was familiar with playing the bass on that song. It came across like he didn't play the bass, that somebody else had laid the bass line down for While My Guitar Gently Weeps, because when Rick Rubin was talking about the tone and how aggressive it was and all that, Billy was just kind of like, yeah, gee, wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right,
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I bring that up is because, is that another clue? In other words, is that something else they're throwing out there for somebody who is not really paying attention or is completely bought into the official narrative? And what's published is that Paul McCartney played bass on While My Guitar Gently Weeps. You're just going to look past that. But once you understand that there are things that you need to look for, you have to listen closely, and there could be some clues and hints that are being dropped. That's another example of was Billy telling us that, yeah, somebody else played bass on the song, just like Eric Clapton played the lead. So if Eric Clapton played the lead and somebody else played bass on the song, well, that's starting to tell us that the Beatles were not this cohesive four-player unit that did everything on the recorded tracks. Do you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, yeah.
You know? And yeah, I mean, when I watched that, I started chuckling. I'm thinking, Billy, you didn't play the bass on the song. I mean, the way you're reacting, it's not the way. If I had played the bass on the song and Rick Rubin had asked me about how I got that sound, how that sound came about, how the bass came to sound the way it did, I would sit down and say, well, this is what I did. This is the bass I played. These were my settings. This is how we recorded it. This is the amp we went through. You would go through all of that. And he didn't do that. He just basically was just as wowed as Rick Rubin was listening to the track,
But Mike, could that also not be an age thing?
It could be, Vince. You never want to discount him. I mean, he is getting up in age. He was born in 1937, so that would make Billy 86 next year. So he was 85 when he did the Hulu special. I think they did it last year. So yeah, I mean, it could be an age thing, but I have to be honest with you. He seems to be pretty on the ball. He just got done doing a tour earlier this year, going back to April. His voice is completely shot, but his performance abilities are still there. And my mom's 87 years old. So when I watch him and I know that he's 84, and I watch him perform the way he walks around on stage and stuff like that, it's almost mind-boggling that he's as fluid and as mobile as he is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is it possible that the age has caught up with him? I guess anything is possible.
Man, I got a little just off topic. Man, I got to tell you, Mike, I'm seeing the recent footage, and this has nothing to do with conspiracy. You're a musician. Listen, I just saw Elton John a couple weeks ago. Okay, and Elton John, many years ago, he had a surgery on his throat. He could not hit those high notes anymore, so he adjusted. He changed the keys, and there are certain songs that he just can't do anymore. Man, when I watch Paul recently, Billy in concert recently, and his voice is so gone, but the song selection, I don't understand why he would still select songs where he has to attempt to get up there when he can't.
Yeah.
And my God, he's got a library of thousands of songs. And you're a musician. What would be the explanation for that?
I don't know, Vince, to be honest with you. Mike Stock and I had this discussion. I interviewed Mike Stock from Stock, Waterman and Aiken, a very famous songwriting team out of the UK. And I consider Mike to be a friend, and we talked about that when I had him on my show, and he said that he doesn't know why he's doing it either. He says, Mike, he's taking these great songs and he's ruining them, because these are going to be the kind of the versions of the songs that people are going to recall based upon his last set of concerts, or a DVD that he releases, or an album based upon these shows.
Right.
I don't know. He signed on a dotted line. I mean, he's got some kind of pact in my mind, no question about it. And he's got himself in a position where he's got to keep cranking this stuff out and doing what he's doing until, he's told that, or either he's told he doesn't have to do it anymore, or whatever it is that he signed expires. It has, maybe it has a shelf life or whatever. But, I saw him a couple of years ago, probably about maybe 3 years ago in Raleigh. And his song, I mean, his voice was shot back then too. And I don't remember what song it was, Vince, but he started it and his voice cracked big time, like nothing came out.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Oh, sorry." And he said, "Let's try this again." And so, he counted the band back in, and then, then they played the song. But to answer your question, if it were me, um, I I wouldn't be doing it. I can tell you that, I go back to recordings I did back in the late 1970s and the 80s and the 90s, when I was a younger lad, and I had much better range back then. And as you get older, you lose your range, period. That's the way it works. And, unless you are, doing vocal training very, very frequently, even then, I'm told that as your voice gets older, the high notes kind of disappear, especially if you're a guy. So I don't know. But to answer your question, I don't know. I really do think it goes back to pacts that Billy has signed on a dotted line.
And I want to talk about that for a second, especially, that February 23rd date. I think that's the date. But before I ask you that question, I just want to ask you one question because we never really got to talk about this. What was your main takeaway from Let It Be?
Peter Jackson's version, or
Yeah, Peter Jackson. Yeah.
I thought that it was trying to make an underachievement look like a total success. That's what I think was going on. And there's no question in my mind that Billy views the Let It Be period, the Get Back sessions, as not a shining moment on him and the Beatles. And so my opinion is that he wanted to see if he can buff it up, polish it up, and make it better than it actually was. And that's why before Peter Jackson came out with his documentary, I did a presentation to remind everybody of what the Let It Be sessions were like and what was the mindset and the frame of mind of all of the Beatles going in. They wanted no part of it. And they were not a cohesive unit at that time. And the lack of cohesiveness actually went back into the the White Album sessions. And then it extended past Let It Be and into the solo careers. There was a lot of animosity amongst them. And so it wasn't a good time. It wasn't this happy backslapping moment that I believe Peter Jackson wanted to portray. And I'm not blaming Peter. I think Peter was brought in and hired to make something of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it was Billy saying, "Hey, I want my Beatle legacy to be glimmering at all times. I want it to sparkle." And that piece of history, January of 1969, was not a sparkle moment. So let's see what we can do about this, And it was very odd that, they said that they had these 50-something hours of unseen footage and all that stuff. And, it was just strange to me because the original movie, which was released in 1970, I think Michael Lindsay Hogg, the original director, I think he portrayed a more accurate depiction of what was really going on. Whereas, Peter had all of this stuff for 7 hours where they're, just kind of horsing around and laughing and joking and all this stuff. And but when you look at it, nothing was accomplished in the Let It Be sessions. I mean, with regard to what their original goal was, Vince, they were going to do 12 to 14 songs in 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks, and they were going to do 2 live shows, and those 2 live shows were going to become TV specials. And it was very clear that they weren't able to do it. And they wound up, well, the sessions themselves, I mean, they tell us they were 30 days. So it went from 2 weeks to 30 days, and they ended up doing 5 songs on a rooftop to no audience. And then, according to John Lennon, and I have this quote in one of my presentations. He said that, they handed over, from a tape perspective, the recordings, a pile of shit to Phil Spector to make something of. That's actually the word that Lennon used, and he thought that Phil Spector did a great job turning nothing into something, So, yeah, it's very interesting. So that's what I think Peter was. I think that's what I think he was tapped to do, was to make it look shiny and good,
Yeah, no, I believe it or not, I own the original on beta.
Do
Uh,
you?
yeah, that came out on beta, and I've kept my copy. I saw the original in the theater. I'm sure you did
I
too.
did too. Yeah, yeah.
It was dark. I mean, there were no, there were no bright spots in that entire documentary at all.
Yeah, it was dark and grainy, and
Yeah.
but I will give Peter credit for leaving in certain footage in the Get Back documentary, his documentary, because there were times when it was very obvious when Billy was talking about wanting to continue to move the band forward. And in the studio, the other Beatles, specifically John and George, just zipped up. They didn't say anything. In other words, they weren't having two-way dialogue. Their silence was deafening.
Yeah. Yeah.
And basically, it was telling them, we don't want any part of this anymore.
You know,
And yeah,
yeah, it was funny because one of the odd things to me was, my God, when that thing first started, it was evident. John did not want to be there. I mean, you could tell his mind, and he's there with Yoko, and like he's in another world, and it literally looked like that was the last place he wanted to be. But as we got to the end, all of a sudden he did a complete 180, and he's warm and he's fuzzy and he's, kidding around. And I just found that really odd because it was really two extreme personalities from the beginning of that presentation to the end.
yeah, yeah. Let it be the Get Back sessions. The documentaries, especially Peter's. It almost came across like a reality TV show in a way,
Mm-hmm.
where it started off, like you said. I mean, they couldn't even get themselves oriented at Twickenham. They
Right,
didn't have any recording equipment. It
right,
was cold. It was vacant. And I thought to myself, really? I mean, what kind of planning is this?
right.
You guys are coming in to record a new album and you have nothing set up? What is going on here,
Yeah.
And, they wound up at Apple Studios, where things picked up a bit. But, yeah, I don't know. And of course, we know that George Harrison walked out.
Right. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Bizarre. Mike, I got to ask you this, man. And this is only going to be, I'm sure speculation on your part. This February 23rd date. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's the 21st.
21st.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a date that's given to us in memoirs, at least in the previous version. I think it's on page 13 or so. It's always been this date that's been out there, and nobody really knows what it means. And it's funny you should ask the question, because when I looked up the date, I found that it was the 63rd day of winter. 6 plus 3 is 9, and we know that Billy, when he plays his McCartney character, is all about the nines. And for those that don't know, in numerology, 9 represents transformation, change, and endings, whereas the number 10 it's the number of completion and new beginnings. So when he plays McCartney, he's always playing the number 9. So it's the 63rd day of winter, Vince, and 27 days left until spring. So 2 plus 7 is 9 also. So, it's always been perplexing to me, and I've never made any kind of declaration about that date. I've always said I have no idea what that date means. Does it mean that he's going to retire? I mean, is he gonna pass away? I have no idea. So I did message Tom about the date, and I said, look, we're closing in on this February 21st date. And Tom keeps everything very close to the sleeve, so we need to know that, right? Because he has to. But he did say to me, Mike, I honestly, because I have no idea what that date means. He said, it was given to me. He says, but I mean, it's not an impressive date. I don't know what it means either. And so I did say to him, I did present that we have the number 9 on sandwiched, what the date is sandwiched between two number 9s. I said, I think there has to be something to that. But to answer your question, Vince, I don't know. It could be, see, this is the thing. It might not be anything public. It may not be something that's going to go out for mass consumption.
Right.
It could be something internal or personal to him. And we'll never know what that really means.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there is a reason that obviously that date was given to Tom to put in the book.
Yeah.
So, yeah. See, the thing too, when we talk about winter, when we talk about cycles in nature, it's death, right? Winter is death, and then the spring is rebirth. So it's possible that that date, because it is sandwiched in between two 9s, is talking about the death and rebirth of something, whether that be him or something else. I have no idea. Well, I could tell you it was great.
I love it, Mike. I love talking.
Catching up with you, Vince. It was just a discussion, folks. We didn't really have an agenda.
No, never.
We knew we would talk a little bit about the Beatles and stuff like that, but we said we would talk about whatever. So
I'm just man. I really go back to seeing you for the first time, and then us forming a relationship. I really am, Mike. I am so happy that I have someone like you, in my life that I can have these conversations with. It really, really means the world to me, man.
Same to me, Vince. Fellow Long Islander,
Yeah.
Center Reach. I was right there too. Right with Center Reach,
Bro, Center Reach Bowling Alley. That's where, bro. That's where I heard about Paul for the first time. The Center Reach Bowling Alley, bro. That's it. I didn't want to get that specific. I didn't think you'd know. Yes. Yes.
Very familiar with the area. Very familiar.
Yes.
So. Well, Vince, it's been an absolute pleasure, and you have a wonderful Christmas and New Year, and we will catch up more often.
Yeah, we need to, man. We really need to, Mike. We really need to. I swear, I have my album collection is up to 4,000 albums.
Oh my God!
But
okay.
my Mike albums are separate, and I want you to know how much I cherish those. I mean, I really, really do. Every time I play them, the way I handle them. So I want you to know every time I go, it has a separate section. Every time
does it really?
Every time I go there, I think of you, man. Yes.
I sent Vince some albums, folks. I have a large record collection myself, and I have a Beatles record collection that I think rivals just about most people's.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So I was thinking about you the other day too, because I told my wife, I said, I really have to, go through a lot of these records. I'm going to be 64 in January. I don't know what it is. You start thinking as you get older.
Yeah.
It's like, what am I doing with all this stuff, And, but I have some records that I think that you really enjoy. I mean, good ones too. I mean, as far as, being not the run-of-the-mill Beatles types of records.
Yeah. My wife, when I hit 4,000, she tried to institute a rule, Mike, and she came up with this rule. Okay, every time you get a new album now, you've got to sell one, and I'm like, that's not happening anytime.
Yeah.
That's just not happening. Yeah.
I also have a very large guitar collection, and so I started selling off some of the guitars as well, because like I said, it got to the point where I'm thinking, this is an addiction.
Yeah, I'm guilty. When's your birthday, Mike? January what?
January 6th.
Okay, I'm the 24th. So.
Are you really the 24th?
Yeah.
So you're an Aquarius.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of on the cusp.
Yeah.
You're just into the Aquarian zodiac sign. Yeah.
But Mike, thank you so much for man. We definitely do have to do this more often, man.
We do, Vince. We do, and we'll catch up. Maybe we'll catch up in January. We'll do kind of a dual birthday.
Oh, that's
discussion.
Absolutely. Just let me know, man. I always know, man. But trust me, man. I always know how busy you are because I just, bro, the time you put into these presentations. Nobody does what you do in any field. I'm sorry, man. I watch a lot of YouTube. I watch a lot of people. Nobody comes near the research that you do. So like, I always know if you're not doing a show, you're doing research for a show. So anytime, man, just call me up, man. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, thank you, Vince. Yeah, no, I thank you for acknowledging that because
Oh,
folks will ask me, they'll say, well, you haven't come out with something. I said, you have no idea how long it takes to put this stuff
oh
together.
God. There's no
You know,
question. Yeah, yeah,
you got to dot the I's and cross the T's because, with the work that I'm doing, there's a bunch of vultures out there.
yep,
They're just waiting for you to make a mistake,
yeah,
and every
absolutely.
once in a while you do make a mistake, because you're human, but
Yeah.
you really do try to, cover all your bases to make sure that when you go out there and you present this type of material, that you do it as accurately and as honestly as you possibly can. That it takes time.
It's so funny because on Thanksgiving, I only have one child here in Colorado. My other two kids are out of state, but my son, 25 years old, musician, big Beatles fan. Thanksgiving, it was like, his name is VJ. I call him VJ. I'm like, VJ, you won't believe what Mike is uncovered. On Thanksgiving Day, I'm sitting him in front of the TV, and Mike, he's listening to your guest. And like I'm seeing a little bit of an eye roll. And Mike, I swear I'm saying, bro, wait for the slides. He's got pictures, he's got video. No, wait for the slides. So I hope you understand all the work you're putting into it. There are people like me just really, really, really appreciating it, man.
Well, and look, I tell my audience, like, this is getting really weird.
Right.
Okay, it's not like I'm sitting there going, "Oh, I just love this,"
No, and you say that numerous times. You say that numerous times, man. But it's great.
There's times I look at it, I'm like, God, this is so bizarre, And am I really going to talk about this?
Yeah. You could tell that with the last one. We start getting in the left eye and the right eye, and it's
Oh my God,
it's great.
So,
yeah.
All right, Vince. Again, absolute pleasure to speak to you.
You too, Mike. Thank you very much. Have a great holiday. We'll speak in January.
This picture was when we were arriving at, I think it was the Deauville Hotel in Miami.
I think your quote in the book was, "I can almost hear her scream."
Yeah, you can't. The cop's got to restrain her,
Well, I also love the cop in the foreground who just sort of looks
Yeah,
puzzled by everything.
I know.
Yeah.
I like the architecture.
So do I.
of that
I actually
hotel.
love
But, as we were saying before, that had to be taken really quickly.
Yeah,
Just had to snap that.
yeah. But you have to have an eye to take that.
It's my left one.
But you have to have an eye to take that. It's my left one.
But you have to have an eye to take that.
It's my left one.
But you have to have an eye to take that. It's my left one.
Welcome, everybody, to a very special edition of Glass Onions. One that I am sure will go over at least 2 weeks. Because, man, I got to tell you something. When I have this guest on, it's like Christmas morn. I mean, it really, really is. And I got to be honest, man, I don't bother him as much as I should because I know he's very, very busy. He's got two tremendously popular sites, Sage of Quay, the Paul is Dead channel. Not only that, bro, he's a great musician. I've heard his stuff. Mike sends me his stuff all the time, and I absolutely love it. Hey, listen, as far as I'm concerned, this man is a national treasure. I'm just going to say it, and I'm just going to put it out there. And it's an honor to always have him on the show. And I am talking about the great Mike Williams. Mike,
There's no way I can live up to that, Vince.
come on, Mike. Come on. You know I love having you on this show.
Well,
Mike,
thank you for having me back.
I got to tell you, and you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. Bro, attention span gets shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. And Mike, this has really kind of dictated the way that I watch television because 99% of the time I'm on YouTube. And the first thing I look at is length. And, bro, 30 minutes is real close. Like anything over 30 minutes, I'm not watching. It's too long.
Right.
But then I come up to Sage of Quay, and it's 2.5, 3 hours. And Mike, I sit there and I watch the whole thing. Your show is the only show that keeps me there for 3 hours.
Well, thank you, Vince. I'm glad that I'm keeping your interest.
Well, and Mike, listen, I find it so fascinating because I believe the last time I had you on the show, which was a while ago, Mike, you were close to packing it up. You were done. You were walking away into the sunset. Mike, what happened, Mike? What happened?
What happens, Vince, is that the rabbit hole gets deeper and deeper. So just when you think, okay, I've gotten to a point where I can step away from this and move on to other stuff, something else pops up. And so, it piques your interest and you think to yourself, okay, let me take a look. And before you know it, a whole like other story now is unrolling, and it's like, I know we're not going to probably talk about this, but as an example, I had another researcher on my channel, Stacy, who went into possibilities with regard to Billy, who plays the role of Paul McCartney, his family and his ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I wasn't really planning on getting into that, but then somebody contacts me, and she did very compelling work. It's very, very good work. And so that's an example of how that really wasn't on the radar per se, but then it lands in your lap. So you have to make a decision. Do I do something with this, or do I just turn my back and walk away? So I decided, well, after 7 years or so of doing this, I might as well do it, right?
Well, and Mike, the thing with you is like, this is what is so unbelievable about you. You don't just come on here and do a podcast. Mike, you got to do a slide presentation that takes you about 5.5 years, which is so thorough. And you've got everything. Mike, nobody makes a presentation like you.
Well, thank you, Vincent. But the reason why I do that is because I'm doing research in an area that most people just don't want to listen to. They
Right.
don't believe it.
Right.
So if you're just going to come on and talk about it, well, then it's just words. But if you can help the presentation by putting up the slides and explaining what's going on and connecting some dots, hopefully you can get some people to better understand what it is that you're bringing forth. So that's why the slide presentations are important.
Oh, extremely important. I got to tell you though, Mike, I tried so hard to follow this, and I think I got lost in this one. I got lost in the 28F. I was trying so hard to follow that. Man, I stopped it. I went back. I stopped. That was a hard one for me to follow.
It was quite a decoding, and the guy that did it was John Black, and he's a subscriber of my channel, and he just sent me an email and said, I think I've decoded the license plate on the Abbey Road album. And over the years, I've heard different iterations and theories about what the plate means. So when John brought it to me, I said, okay, let me take a look. So he shared it with me. But basically, just to summarize it, what John did was to show that the plate was really an anagram. It created an anagram.
Mm-hmm.
And from that anagram, there were some missing letters,
Mm-hmm.
and the 2 and the 8, like LMW is the plate. It's LMW 28IF. And actually, my British subscribers have said to me that the letter I doesn't exist in your license plates. It's the number 1, because otherwise ones and I's can get
Right,
mixed up
right.
and confused. But in either case, it really, for the sake of what the Beatles were doing on the album, it really doesn't matter whether it's a 1 or an I. In my opinion, Billy was using it as an I. LMW 28 if. And so what John did was to decode the LMW part, which is Lady Madonna Wednesday. So Lady Madonna Wednesday. And so what comes after Wednesday in the song? Well, Wednesday mornings, papers didn't come.
Mm-hmm.
So papers didn't come is how the anagram was created. And when he did the anagram and worked on it, papers didn't come spelt out P. McCartney dies, OPD, officially pronounced dead. So for those who follow the Paul is Dead conspiracy, OPD is the patch that Billy or Paul McCartney is wearing in the gatefold of the Sgt. Pepper album, officially pronounced dead. But the anagram was missing 2 letters. It was missing a C and it was missing a Y. So the 28 part was telling us that after the second letter in the anagram, PM McCartney, you have to insert a letter. Well, that letter was the letter C because McCartney has 2 C's, MCC, ARTNEY. And then after the 8th letter, in this case in the anagram, and what I'll do is I'll put the link in the show for you.
Yeah,
so
that'd be great. That would be
everybody
great.
can see it because they're
Yes.
probably going, I don't know what this guy's talking about. But if you insert the Y after the 8th letter, which was E, then you get the full spelling of P. McCartney and then dies OPD. So the if part, what John was saying was, if you replace the letters, if you put the proper letters in its place after the 2nd and 8th position of the anagram, the missing letters, then you get the word P. McCartney or Paul McCartney, and then dies OPD. So what John is saying is that the license plate is telling us that Paul McCartney was dead. Paul McCartney wasn't there in 1969, in September of 69, when Abbey Road was released. Another clue of that Volkswagen on the cover of Abbey Road, it's a Volkswagen Beetle. And right, it's a Volkswagen Beetle. So I believe another clue that was being dropped, because these clues that the Beatles were dropping on the album covers, many times it had more than one meaning. So John's decoding could very well be. Then Stacy came on and she had another, that's the researcher who did his family tree, his ancestry. She had another interpretation, which was also very compelling, that goes back to his ancestry. And I won't get into that because that's a long drawn out, explanation that I'll probably screw up. I'll leave the link to that one too down below. And, but my interpretation after so many years is, I think what they were telling us is that there were 5 Beatles on Abbey Road. There were 4 that were going across the crosswalk, which included Billy as Paul McCartney. And then there was the Volkswagen Beetle on the left-hand side of the road, or our left, which would be an indication of the Beatles and their involvement in paganism, Thelema, Crowley's Thelema, the left-handed path. Okay, so if that gets a bit esoteric for some folks, we'll just leave it at the Volkswagen Beetle represented the 5th Beatle who was not there because, he had passed away back in 1966. So anyway, we'll leave a link, folks, down below for that. It's a very short video. It's about, I think it's less than 10 minutes. And if you have any questions, just leave a comment and I'll explain.
You are always blowing my mind. Now, before we get into, I've got numerous topics. I do want to ask you this though. Who and let's give the credit where it came from. The woman's name escapes me that came up with the fake eye.
Sally Whitty.
Sally Whitty. I gotta. So Mike, just tell people briefly what Sally has uncovered.
Sally uncovered that Billy Shears, the person who's playing the role of Paul McCartney and has been, he has the primary contract since 1966. He has a artificial eye, his right eye, he's blind in his right eye. And obviously he could see with his left. And going back, I would say probably about a year ago or so, we have a little group, a little forum that we converse on. And we share information with each other. It's myself and 3 or 4 other very close colleagues and friends, and we've been together for years. And so she was putting some images up of Billy's eye, or Paul McCartney's eye. What is she getting at here? And so finally, it dawned on me, well, I think she's saying that he has a problem with his right eye. And so what happened was Sally and I spoke, and originally that that revelation that Billy is blind in his right eye was going to be part of a larger presentation because she was going to get into a lot of esoteric mythology with regard to Pan and stuff like that, because the Beatles are all, intertwined with a lot of mythology, Egyptian mythology, Greek mythology, Roman mythology. And I said to her, you know what? Don't do that. This is too important because him having an artificial eye is proof positive that he is not biological Paul. Right? We could talk about he's taller than Paul. He has different ears. His jawline is longer. All of that stuff. All of that stuff is true. But it's not as concrete as knowing that he has a fake eye, an ocular prosthetic. And I should also say that the way that Sally caught this is because Sally has an artificial eye.
Mm-hmm.
She's blind in her left eye. And so what she did was she was just watching videos of him, and she was taking a look at images, stills, and she picked up on the fact that his right eye, in which he's blind in, was not always tracking with his left eye. Now, the tracking is actually very good because Billy obviously has the best doctors working with him. And there's a misconception out there, I should explain this to the audience, that some people think that if you have an artificial eye that it doesn't move, it's static, it just looks straight ahead. It's not true. Depending upon the level of damage to the eye, I mean, if you have a lot of damage to the eye, that could be that the eye is static. But in most cases, that's not the case. Your ocularist will ensure that you have movement with the eye that's artificial. And what Sally found was it's more observable when you see Billy in concert. So when he's looking right, he's looking left. What I've noticed is whenever he looks hard left, his right eye, his eye that he's blind in, doesn't move as far left as his good eye.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where you see the alignment issue with his eyes. So then what happened was, so we presented this back in October of 2022, and it was quite a revelation. And
Mike, let me ask you one question before you go forward.
Yeah.
Before I forget this. Now, you mentioned that this is very, very important because, again, the real Paul McCartney did not have a artificial eye.
Right.
But however, my question to you is, once Billy took over, how do we know he didn't lose his eye at that point? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. That question has come up before. So Sally and I discussed this in the follow-up show that we did. I guess it was about 2 months ago or so. I lose track of time sometimes. It becomes a big blur. But anything's possible. Let's just say that, right? It could have happened, right? But Sally said it's highly unlikely because she said that people who lose an eye early on in life, they are much more adaptable to being comfortable with the eye.
Mm-hmm.
So because you lost your eye at a young age, you have a lot of time, a lot of runway to get yourself acclimated to seeing only with one eye. She said that it's difficult for adults when they lose an eye to have that sense of orientation. In other words, things just might seem off perspective-wise and stuff like that. So she leans toward at a young age he lost his eye. But like I said, anything is possible. But she said the fact that he's so natural with it would lend credence to the argument that he lost it much earlier in life as a kid.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, here's the only thing I would ask, and this is, listen, man, when you look at the footage, bro, if Mike, if you could leave the link for this as well.
I will.
If you guys look at the footage, there's no question there is an issue with that eye. There
Right.
is absolutely no question about it whatsoever. I'm just going to throw this out at you, Mike, because it's just going to be your opinion. If this is true, then why wouldn't he have made it public? I mean, Sammy Davis Jr., perfect example. In the prime of his stardom, he got in that car accident and he lost an eye, and we knew Sammy had, why wouldn't this be made public, do you think?
It wouldn't be made public because Paul McCartney never made any mention, the real Paul McCartney, biological Paul McCartney, about having any issues with his eyes. He had two good eyes. So for Billy, as Paul McCartney, to come out at some point and to talk about it, then what's going to happen is there's going to be a discussion about how did it happen, and and how did you avoid the public arena
Mm-hmm.
if you had a problem with your eye, you had an accident and you were blinded, your right eye became blind. Well, he's such a public figure and he's everywhere. Then the question would be, so when was the downtime when the eye was healing, or when you were
Right.
getting acclimated to having an ocular prosthetic? So I think Vince, again, my opinion is the reason why it didn't come out was because biological Paul had two good eyes, and for it to come up would have created a whole set of issues
Yeah,
that
it opens up a Pandora's box.
it didn't have to be discussed because
That makes
most
sense.
people don't see the eye, don't see the
Yeah,
bad eye. So,
yeah, that
it's just
absolutely makes
business
sense.
as usual.
Now, here's one of the topics today. I got to reach down. Mike, nobody has studied memoirs like you. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. And Mike, as a guy that hates to read, that is the last book I read. And I went through that book and I tried to understand it as best as I could. Now, I wanted to talk to you a little bit today about this. And of course, I wish this was an original, Mike, but it's not. There you go. Mike, is that an original?
Well, actually, I have originals. This one is a replica of what they call the first state. This would have been the one of the promo copies that went out.
Right.
But I have actuals. I'll show them as we talk.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now here's the first question I want to ask you. Mike, I don't remember this at all being discussed in memoirs. Was it?
No, it wasn't discussed in memoirs.
Is that a little odd to you?
Now that you mention it, it probably is a little odd. And probably because it would get into a discussion about why it was done. I guess it could have been inserted into the chapters that talk about the occultism around the Beatles. It could have been inserted there. In fact, you know what? I'm going to drop Tom Harriet an email and ask him.
See, I made that happen, right? Yeah. Yes, Mike. All right. Let's because I mean, Mike, everything was covered in that book. And
Yeah.
I just found it really odd. Because as I was thinking, I don't think it was spoken about.
No.
So, Mike, to give a little background, just to let everybody know, this album came out March 25th, 1966. There was a photographer by the name of Robert Whitaker, and there was a photo session for this album cover in which the Beatles and Mr. Whitaker, they whether they were having fun. We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a minute. But a lot of strange photos were taken because it wasn't just the doll parts and the meat.
No, right.
There were bird cages involved, and even I know now what that means. Okay, and you can explain that to everybody. But Mike, see, this I did not know. As I got into other shots for the record cover, there's George Harrison driving a nail in John Lennon's head.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys have to understand this is 65, and we're still talking about the cute and cuddly Beatles. Like, this is such to the other extreme that they're doing a photo session like this and even thinking about putting out an album cover like this. And you sent me a clip, and I had read that as well, that they weren't going to go with the Butcher cover, but John Lennon was really a fan of that, and John Lennon kind of pushed the issue, and Brian Epstein went along with it, sold it to the record company, and they printed the album cover.
Yeah.
Mike, I so want your thoughts on this, the purpose behind the photo shoot, how in God's name the cover made it to press. Did somebody actually think this was a good idea and this was a goof? Or again, we've learned this about Illuminati, man. They put it out there. They put it out there right in front of your face, so we can't say you didn't tell us. They put it out there, but it's so unbelievable that nobody believes it. Right. I mean, that's the gimmick. So just kind of give me a little background and your thoughts and theories into this album cover.
Okay, so like you said, Robert Whitaker was the photographer doing the photo shoots, and the clip I sent you of John Lennon discussing the Butcher cover, he explains that Robert Whitaker was a surrealist, and and the Beatles themselves were in favor of doing the photo shoot and what became the Butcher album cover, because it was different. They got tired of the plain old, straightforward photo shoots and album covers. And in that interview, John states that he really wanted to do it. So the reason why I'm explaining that is because there are folks that are in the Polish Dead research and in the Polish Dead community that believe that the Beatles were forced to do that album cover. They really didn't want to do it. Of course, that's a natural reaction because you're thinking to yourself, well, I idolize these guys, and I don't really want to get behind the fact that this was something they wanted to do, because it's a strange album cover, to say the least. So in any case, John says that they wanted to do it, and John specifically said he was leading the charge on it. And I'll leave the link to that interview as well. Folks can listen to it. So I believe what happened, and I'll give you my opinion on this, Vince, is that the Beatles as an entity are just immersed in the occult. There's a lot of occultism around the Beatles. And if you go to my channel, this is to the audience, I have a number of presentations where I take everybody through this. And what they do every once in a while is to float something out there as a trial balloon, as part of the conditioning process. So you didn't see the Beatles, this way ever before. Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, there was occultism on their other album covers, and I can show you some of that in a bit, but it wasn't this blatant. So what happened was Capitol sent promotional copies out. And in the interview that John Lennon did, that we just talked about, I think he said about 60,000 copies went out. Mm-hmm. And when they went out, and this is in the US, by the way, because Yesterday and Today, which was the title of the album, was a US Capitol release. It was not a UK release. So it went out as a promotional copy. And then, of course, the backlash, people who received it, DJs and so on, were like, what is this? And
but
so
to stop you there, Mike, and I hate to interrupt you, but I want to hit key points. They had to know that was going to be the feedback.
Yeah, they did know. They did know. And that's it. That's the thing. They did know. They knew what the reaction was going to be, but it was shock value. And they knew that, once you have that in your head, right? Once the news went out that this album cover was the initial cover for the Beatles Capitol release Yesterday and Today, that it was going to draw people's attention to it. See, that's what it's all about with occultism. Occultism is about drawing your attention, your focus, and your consciousness to focus your thoughts on what they want you to focus on. So even though this was on the surface short-lived. It really wasn't short-lived, because what happened afterwards is, in fact, let me just read this here for you. There's a letter that went out
Yeah,
from Capital.
go ahead, read it. I have
Yeah.
it right up here, but go ahead and read it. I think it's important. Yeah.
Okay, so it says, "Dear reviewer." So it went out to reviewers, and I think it went out to DJs. So if this wasn't the original album, my understanding is it did not go out to retail. Okay, so it says, "Dear reviewer, in the past few days, you may have received an advanced promotional copy of the Beatles' new album, the Beatles Yesterday and Today. In accordance with the following statement from Alan Livingston, president of Capitol Records, the original album cover is being discarded and a new jacket is being prepared." So it goes on to say the original cover, created in England, was intended as, quote, "pop art." And we'll get into this as we talk more about Taylor Swift. However, a sampling of public opinion in the United States, a sampling of public opinion, so in other words, they're polling to see how receptive the album was to the public in the United States, indicates that the cover design is subject to misinterpretation. For this reason, and to avoid any possible controversy or undeserved harm to the Beatles' image or reputation, Capitol has chosen to withdraw the LP and substitute a more generally accepted design. All consumer copies of the Beatles album will be packaged in the new cover, which will be available within the next week to 10 days. As soon as they are, we will forward you a copy. In the meantime, we would appreciate your discarding the promotional album and, if at all possible, returning it COD to Capitol Records, 1750 North Vine Street, Hollywood, California, 90028. Thank you in advance for your cooperation. Sincerely, Ron Tepper, Manager of Press and Information Services for Capitol
Can
Records.
you imagine, Mike, if you were one of those people that sent it back?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? So when we talk about, said you're making a good point, because you're segueing into where I was going to go next, Vince.
Yeah.
So even though it was it appeared to be a temporary thing, 60,000 copies or whatever, it has lived on. So then what happened was, then Capitol released Yesterday and Today with this cover.
Right. Now, supposedly this was shot at the same session.
Was it?
From what I read, it was. But I think Lennon says something different, because the article I read, this was shot as well. So I'm saying, if they shot this, they had to know that this was a backup. Right. I mean, no question. You do not have the extremes of the bird cage and the body parts and the nail in the head and then this. But that clip you sent me from John Lennon, he alludes to the fact that they went back and reshot and this was it.
Yeah, so I don't know whether it was shot the same day or afterward, but in either case, what happened was this wound up being the new cover. And you can see, look at the difference, folks, between the covers. Let me just go back to, here it is. Okay. So we have this image here, right? The original cover, and they're all smiling and happy. And then we get to the replacement cover, and they're all demure.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Now, the reason why the Butcher cover has lived on in infamy is because if we take a look here, right? I don't know if you can see this, but that's Ringo's turtleneck.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
The black.
And now what happened was they slicked over the original cover. So now what people were doing was they were either leaving these alone, knowing they had a Butcher, or they were steaming the covers off. And so by steaming the covers off, now people are re-engaging with that album cover.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That people, weren't supposed to see. So for those who steamed it off, now this is a steamed copy. Okay.
Wow, that's a steamed copy?
That's a steamed copy. It's
wow,
really
that's
good.
The best steamed copy I've ever seen.
I've had these for years. All right. So
wow.
The point being is that the Butcher cover never went away. It was still in the consciousness of Beatle fans. And so the focus has always been there. And in fact, I checked on eBay this morning, because I haven't looked at records in a long, long time. You know that I have a large collection like you do. Mm-hmm. But what I have had for a very long time now. Mm-hmm. But I went on to eBay to take a look at what the Butchers are getting now, depending upon whether it's first state. First state is the original promotional copy. Second state is the paste over with the trunk cover, which, by the way, is a Paul is Dead clue. Paul sitting in a trunk.
Right.
And then we have the third state, which is the peeled covers, and they're going for like anywhere between $1,200 and $5,000
Crazy, man.
on
Yeah.
eBay. So this still highly collectible, and so it's like I said, it's one of those things where it was table setting, it was conditioning, it was to get people to take a look at the Beatles in a different light. Like, what's this all about? So that whole clean cut image, that has been kind of demolished, right? With the Butcher cover, because they're doing something here that's very, very strange, and for many people very disturbing. And it's a very disturbing album cover. So it's about implanting and putting into people's heads, a different thoughts, so that this way, what they do down the road. When I say they, I'm talking about the controller. So I will probably talk a little bit about Tavistock and the CIA and stuff like that. It's about changing your opinions, and moving people in a different direction. So that, to me, is what the Butcher cover was all about. And like I said, it wasn't short-lived. To this day, people are still talking about it.
Absolutely, man. Now, Mike, you blew me away with a little, you dropped a little line in one of your emails to me as far as the song selection.
Yeah.
I've never ever heard before, man. So this, I can't wait to hear from you.
Yeah. So what happened was, I've always found the song sequencing on the album to be a little odd, in the sense that it appeared to me like they were telling a story. So if we go back to the paste over cover here, we could see Paul is sitting in a trunk. So this is a clue. Paul is dead. So think of the trunk as like a coffin. Okay. And as we just mentioned, everybody has this kind of demure, unhappy look on their face, right? And it's the Beatles yesterday, in the past, and today and moving forward. So if we take a look at the songs, right, let's just read them off. So at this point, I have contended that Billy, the person playing Paul McCartney, he just did not appear in September of 1966 to take on the role of Paul McCartney. I believe that Billy has been in the inner circle of the Beatles, possibly as a ghostwriter, possibly as a session musician on their recorded tracks, going back to 1962.
Well, because see, that's the thing that I was a little confused of, Mike, because this photo session, they are saying, was March of 1966.
Yeah.
So if the replacement would have come in September of 66,
yeah,
then this if you're just going by the dates, this album should have nothing to do with Billy.
Right.
What's your thoughts on that?
I believe Billy's been there
since 62.
I believe as early as 1962. I believe, based upon the research. Well, let me just give you a good example of why I believe Billy was there before 1966. A number of years ago, going back about 4 or 5 years ago, I think it was, and it's in my big presentation, going back to April of 2020, did the Beatles write all their own music? Billy, he was quoted as saying that he wrote the music to In My Life, the Beatles song In My Life, which has always been credited to John Lennon. It was a John Lennon song. Now, In My Life was released in 1965. So the question becomes, okay, so most people look at it this way. Paul McCartney is saying he wrote the music to In My Life, and John was more, his thing was the lyrics to the song. So what happened was, when Billy came out and said he wrote the music to In My Life, the press the mainstream press went into damage control. So what happened was there was 2 universities, I forgot who they were, that were given the task to run a computer model to determine who was the actual songwriter for In My Life. And the computer model came back and said, nope, Paul McCartney or Billy misremembered. John Lennon wrote that song, right? Now, here's the thing. Folks, as a songwriter myself, you never forget a song that you wrote, especially when it is a classic. And In My Life is a Beatles song that whenever it is a classic rock poll by Rolling Stone magazine or Billboard magazine, it always ends up in the upper tier of the ranking, the top 100 or whatever, top 50. It's always in the top 10. So you just don't forget writing a song like that.
God, no.
So he didn't misremember. So what he was doing was he was dropping a clue. He was saying that, hey, I was there back in 1965.
Wow.
And I wrote the music to In My Life. It's no different than George Martin saying that he wrote the guitar lead for Michelle. There's an interview of him saying that that's his composition. A lot of people believe that Paul McCartney wrote that entire song, and George Harrison maybe wrote the guitar lines or the leads to the songs, and and George Martin in an interview going back many years ago turns around and says, "Nope, that was me."
Yeah.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is all of this stuff about the Beatles writing all their own stuff and all that. I mean, it's dropping clues to let you know that the official narrative has some holes and some gaps in it. So in any case, going back to Billy and In My Life, there you go. He's telling us, hey, back in 1965 when the song was released, really what he was saying is the instrumental aspects of the song, that was his composition. He wrote it. So I believe, he goes back to 62. So when we take a look at the Beatles Yesterday and Today album, what that album is telling us, in my opinion, is that it's setting the stage. It's kind of a prequel to what's going to happen. Now, did Paul McCartney know that his runway was really short at this point in time? No, I don't think he knew. But the album cover itself, I think, is telling us. So if we take a look at the songs, Yesterday, the whole song Yesterday is like his eulogy. Then it goes to Dr. Robert. So now we're getting into Dr. Robert. We're getting into drugs, the drug culture. So that's being introduced. And when we think about it, Billy was responsible for the Beatles making the switch from the boy band from the 1962 to 66 period to the psychedelic period.
Right.
So it's kind of table setting for Billy in the psychedelic era of Sgt. Pepper and Magical Mystery Tour. I'm only sleeping. Okay. If you're not here anymore and you have passed away, you are sleeping. And Your Bird Can Sing. The lyrics to And Your Bird Can Sing are very interesting. It talks about, so you think you have everything. And so the way I interpreted the song with regard to the Paul is dead conspiracy is that Billy's stepping in. And it's almost like, hey, be careful what you wish for, because this is going to be a rough road. Right. Also, the Beatles, this was mentioned in another interview I did with Charles Moskowitz going back about 3 or 4 weeks ago. The Beatles have a number of songs with the word bird in it. And so when you take a look at Aleister Crowley and you look at the OTO, that's his esoteric secret society that he ran. It's called a layman, and the layman has symbols on it, and it has at the top, it's the all-seeing eye, the Egyptian all-seeing eye, the eye of Horus, the eye of Ra. Then it's got a dove, and then below it there's like a chalice, and it's the rose and the cross, which I'm thinking goes back to the Rosicrucians. But what I was most focused on was the dove, the bird in the middle. And so I thought to myself, well, And Your Bird Can Sing could have 2 meanings. One is that, hey, be careful what you ask for. And the second thing could be that his ties back to Crowley, back to Crowley's religion of Thelema and his society of the OTO. Okay, so I know that's a bit of a long-winded explanation, but that's why I think it's possible that "And Your Bird Can Sing" was placed on the album. Oh, by the way, we're told in the official narrative that the guitar leads in that song, which is a double guitar lead,
Mm-hmm.
that was just whipped up in the studio and played by George Harrison and Paul McCartney. Okay, so that's another very far-fetched story, because
Yeah.
that is not an easy guitar riff to play, and it's
Mm-hmm.
being played in unison, whether they're playing together or even if it's being double tracked, done by one person tracked, then a second person comes in, tracks over it,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So uh, trust me, I that wasn't Paul McCartney and George Harrison whipping that up in the studio on the spot.
Yeah.
That just didn't happen. We can work it out. Life is very short.
Mm-hmm.
So here is another song which is telling us that there's challenges and difficulties. Day Tripper, one-way ticket, yeah. Okay, one-way ticket. So one-way ticket, Paul out, one-way ticket, Billy in. Nowhere Man. So, talking about the Nowhere Man. Billy comes into the picture, and he's got to figure out a way to assimilate into this band, really coming from, if you look at it, coming from nowhere, because nobody knows publicly who he was,
Right.
who he
Right.
is, right? So that what goes on, I mean, it's really self-explanatory. What goes on is what's going on here. Drive my car. Well, Paul was, the conspiracy, the prevailing conspiracy says that he was killed in a car crash. If I needed someone, Billy needs the Beatles. So we have this symbiotic relationship now that has to come together in order for the band to continue. And then all he needs to do is act naturally.
Actually.
Okay. I just, whenever I looked at the sequencing of the songs, Vince, I just thought it's telling a story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, folks, I'm just giving you my interpretation. Others will have a different opinion, but this album is a very important album in my view, as it pertains to the Paul is Dead conspiracy.
Wow. All right, Mike, where do you want to go next?
Well, what I was going to do, Vince, was I was going to go through some of the other early albums to show you some of the occultism around. Just to
Please.
go through it real quick.
Please,
Okay?
no, please do. Please do.
Okay, so the other thing I want to mention about the butcher cover, because some folks may be asking, well, what does it mean? So I had a comment come in. I have a lot of very astute subscribers.
Yes,
A
you
lot of
do.
folks are very knowledgeable in the occult. And one person wrote that the Masonic connection and ritual connected to the impending death of Paul are transparent. Obviously, the butcher cover shows a severed baby's head in Paul's lap. So the conspiracy says that Paul was decapitated in a car crash.
Yeah.
So there's the severed baby's head.
Yeah.
Okay. He's also showing a wristwatch. And the wristwatch, Paul's holding it, Vince has it there, over the baby's head. So this is a reference to time and death, also Kronos, Saturn, or Satan. All right, so this goes back to Luciferianism. And then this person goes on to say,
and it's interesting because let's be honest, Mike. When we look at that, first of all, this is the only watch visible, and this is dead center.
right,
I mean, this is dead center. Pull up the sleeve and show the watch.
right, and the baby's head sitting in his lap. It's right there.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
It's very strange. So this person goes on to say that Paul was probably unaware of all this, but no wonder he was having bad dreams, nightmares. So then I had a note that I made to myself, and because when I looked into the butcher cover and I was taking a look at dismembered body parts can represent mind control or being transformed into a different kind of being. This is kind of strange. So this would be the connection to the departed biological Paul McCartney and Billy still in the physical realm. And when you read memoirs, Billy talks about this spiritual connection that he has with Paul, that in essence his physical existence possesses two spirits, that of Paul McCartney and that of himself. And actually Billy depicts this on the album cover of his McCartney 2 album, where he has his face center and then there's two shadows, one to his left and one to his right.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, folks, that this is very, very, very esoteric and probably very weird for a lot of people. And it was very esoteric and very weird for me as well, before I got into this stuff. And as I started digging into it, you're able to kind of bring the pieces of the puzzle together. The other problem with this cover, and I'm going to put this out there, is that baby parts are associated with ritual abuse. Okay, so trauma-based mind control programs and ritual abuse. So is that what they're also putting out there, depicting? I don't know. It could be. We talked about the bird cages. Well, a bird cage is Illuminati symbolism for mind control, to be a mind control slave. And we have images of Paul and George specifically with bird cages on their heads. Mm-hmm. This is not hard to find. All you need to do is do a search in Google. And I have other images of John with his head next to a bird cage, and he's in a Superman shirt. And the Superman shirt goes back to the concept of becoming a god. Crowley saying, every man and woman is a star. There is no God other than man. So the Superman shirt represents, it's referred to in German as the Übermensch, the superhuman. Mm-hmm. So that's what's being depicted there. So what they're doing is they are communicating out. And many times who they're communicating to is not the masses, because they consider us profane. They know 99.9% of the population is not going to understand anything. Many times they're communicating between each other, mm-hmm. within the secret societies. This esoteric communication goes on. Okay, so Butcher cover, like I said, very disturbing. The Beatles' first album, which seems very, very straightforward, very innocuous, but the thing is, the Beatles are looking down at us. So what's being depicted here, as an example, the Beatles, the numerology for the Beatles is the number 10. So in numerology, the number 10 represents new beginnings. So what's being depicted here is the Beatles are going to change things. There's going to be a transformative process that's going to take place. There's going to be social engineering, and social scientists are going to reshape the society and the culture. This photo was taken at the EMI building. EMI has numerology of 9, just like number 9 on the White Album. Mm-hmm. The number 9 is all around the Beatles. Number 9 refers to endings, changes, transformation. So they have the picture taken at the EMI building, the number 9, endings, and then the Beatles at the top of the album cover in yellow with numerology of 10. So we're leaving the old and we're coming in with the new. And the Beatles are looking down. And we could see, if we go up, right? It's going up. This is in reference to illumination and enlightenment. Mm-hmm. So, hey, follow us up to illumination and enlightenment. And in fact, in my 2020 presentation, Did the Beatles Write All Their Own Music? There was a clip I had from Derek Taylor, who was their press secretary. And Derek was on a talk show, and he was talking about wanting to be in the light, being illuminated, and that's why he was connected into the Beatles. So the Beatles are all about illumination and enlightenment. But it's a Luciferian take on enlightenment and illumination. And just so folks know, because a lot of times people think that I'm coming at this from a Christian perspective. I'm not Christian. I was born and raised a Catholic. I spent some time in a Christian church many, many years ago, but I'm a long-time deist. Okay, so I just want to put that out there, because I don't want people to misinterpret that, that I'm on one side or the other side. I'm just researching and reporting. Okay. Then we have the Beatles' second album, which was released. Oh, by the way, Please Please Me was released on March 22 of 1963. 322 is the Skull and Bones number from Yale University. Okay, so we have that occultism, that occult aspect, I should say, of the album as well. Then with the Beatles, and I'm going through their UK albums because these are their official releases, not the Capitol. Capitol wasn't their official releases. It was the UK releases off the Parlophone label, which is part of EMI. So here we have the Shadow Effect. We have One-Eyed Symbolism with the Beatles. With the Beatles in the UK was released on March 22nd, 1963. It's the same day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. March 22nd, 1122, when you add those numbers together, is 33. 33 is representative of the 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Now, what the Beatles did, what EMI did, was to not release this album in the US on November 22nd. They waited, I think, until January of 63 to release the US version, which was Meet the Beatles. This is with the Beatles. Mm-hmm. The reason given in the book as to why they did that was not because they were showing respect for John F. Kennedy. It was because they didn't want record sales to be harmed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they thought that event would put a damper on the ability to sell the Meet the Beatles in the U.S.
Wow.
A Hard Day's Night. Okay, so in A Hard Day's Night, what we have is, again, we have a lot of the shadow effects. It's black and white. The black and white is representative of duality, the light and the dark. And we can see there's a lot of one-eyed symbolism as well. We have this image here. This is John. This is symbolic of the owl. He's doing the owl symbolism. And the owl in Freemasonry is representative of wisdom, enlightenment. The owl can see through the dark. Mm-hmm. So the owl represents illumination. This is an interesting cover because at first you're like, what the heck is going on with this? It's so nondescript. And this is the Beatles For Sale album cover. This was their fourth album. And but when we take a look at the back, we can see that it's autumn, it's fall. This is in reference to the Egyptian god Atum, who was the creator god in Egypt. The Beatles occultism, a lot of it goes back to the Egyptian mysteries, back to Egyptian mythology of Osiris, Isis, Horus, and Set. In fact, I'm convinced that the reason why the Beatles albums, especially up through Revolver, had 14 tracks is because in Egyptian mythology, when Set kills his brother Osiris, he chops him up into 14 pieces.
Wow.
Okay. But Hard Day's Night has 13 tracks. And I also believe that is tied into the very same mythology because when Osiris is dismembered, his wife, Isis, puts him back together again. And when she does this, she's able to find 13 parts, not the 14th. Mm. So A Hard Day's Night has 13 songs on it, but all the others have 14. Okay, and also 14 can be derived 7 plus 7 or 77. That goes back to Crowley's book 77. And Crowley's book 77 talks about applying one's will. So pursuing a true, pure will. So there's a lot of occultism, like I said, within the Beatles. It has to do with a lot of it has to do with numerology. Why are numbers important? A lot of people say to me, I don't believe in the numbers, and numbers are just nonsense stuff. But in occultism, numbers are important because occultists believe that numbers have a certain vibrational characteristics. And when you play into those vibrational states, you can actually manifest your goals and objectives. And this is why they're so keen on numbers and astrology as well, because astrology is viewed as divination, being able to foretell, to look into the future.
Mike, when you look at, and we're going to get into this because I firmly believe this is alive and well today. When you look at Tavistock,
yeah,
and you look at the occult, is there a marriage there, or are we talking about two totally separate, different things?
No, it's one and the same. It's one and the same. In fact, if folks, I recommend you read this book as a primer to Tavistock, and it's a book by Daniel Estulin. The book's been out about, I don't know, 14, 15 years now. Social Engineering the Masses. It's very clear that these organizations like Tavistock, and when we talk about these organizations, these are internationalists organizations. This is the shadow government. This is the deep state. This is the government behind the scenes. The government that you interact with, or you think you're interacting with every day, with presidents and prime ministers and senators and House of Representatives and stuff like that. That's a puppet show. Okay, the real power is behind the curtain. And the real power are occultists. I tell my audience all the time that the controllers are occultists. And once you understand this, even if you have a basic understanding of some of the occult symbolism, you will see it over and over and over again. My wife and I were just talking about this morning. It's pattern recognition. It's patterned everywhere. Mm-hmm. We saw it with the March 2020 event. I won't say it here because I don't want the video to be bounced off of YouTube. But it's the same thing there. There was all kinds of occultism and numerology built into that event. So it's really, they are intertwined, Vince. It's part of their MO, occultism. So you really can't separate it out. You really can't. And another book that you folks could read is this one here by Dr. John Coleman. It's the Committee of 300.
Yeah.
And Dr. Coleman gets into the Committee of 300. Tavistock reports into the committee. And he also gets into the entire deep state organizational chart, the structure of who's plugged into who. So it's we'll talk more about Tavistock. Let me just run through these albums real quick. Then we have this here, the album cover, the Help album cover. And we were told way back when that the Beatles were using semaphore signals and they were spelling out help. Well, they're not doing that at all. In fact, those signals that they are displaying don't even come close to the word help. What are these symbols? These are Aleister Crowley ritual symbols. And it goes back to Egypt. And I covered this in one of my videos as well. But this album cover is extremely occulted. Rubber Soul. Well, Rubber Soul, you can see that it's distorted. The actual image of the Beatles themselves is slightly distorted. Rubber Soul itself. It's actually what Rubber Soul, my interpretation of it is that it is the manipulation of consciousness. It's the manipulation of your soul. Again, as I talked earlier with the social engineering, these social scientists, they want to reshape your thoughts. They want to reshape your morals, your ethics, your beliefs, and take you down a completely different road. So you have a rubber soul, something that is pliable, something that you can shape. Last but not least, so the Revolver album has got a lot going on here. Okay, so I'm not going to focus on the front of the album cover. We'll let folks, take a look at that. But Revolver itself is referring to Paul McCartney, biological Paul, revolving out, and Billy revolving in. But more importantly is the back cover. So we have the Beatles. They're all wearing sunglasses. It's very bright in that room. And what are they telling us? They're talking about, or what they're depicting is illumination, enlightenment, the light bearer, Lucifer. And we can even see over John's head, they've got this, what appears to be a light. And again, a very interesting back cover. So whenever they were putting the covers together, we didn't give it much thought. I didn't give it much thought. But as I got into this research and I started taking a look at what they were putting out, and I was able to apply the occulted research that I was coming across and putting the pieces together on, I was able to, start stitching things together. So in any case, the reason why I wanted to take you through that is because you and the audience, Vince, is because it's not just the Butcher album.
Right. No, not at all.
Not just the Butcher album.
Yeah.
Okay. So what else did you want to discuss?
Well, Mike, here's there's so much I want to discuss with you, bro. But when we go back to Tavistock, listen, guys, go back to the four lads from Liverpool. There's footage. There's recordings. We know the cavern. Bro, they were a run-of-the-mill boy band. They were really not that good. They were average at best. Now, Mike, you do not know this, but this is the connection that I make. I got a friend in the wrestling business who is a wrestler. His name is Jeff Jarrett. Jeff lives in Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Okay.
Jeff's wife passed away. Well, there was a unknown singer at the time that befriended Jeff's three little girls. Three little girls were left without a mother. And this struggling star in Hendersonville, Tennessee, befriended these three girls. Went to the girls' house, made cookies with them, spent time with them because their mother passed away, put them in one of her early music videos. That girl is now Taylor Swift.
Mm-hmm.
And I have said this a million times, and I'm going to go one step further after I hit Taylor Swift. Bro, there are 100 Taylor Swifts out there. There are 100 women that look like Taylor Swift, that write songs, that probably sing better than Taylor Swift. Hundreds upon hundreds. Why Taylor Swift? And I got to tell you, Mike, I was blown away. I was blown away last weekend, man, because one of the latest crazes is a dude by the name of Bad Bunny. And Bad Bunny, 25 billion followers on social media, this, that, and the other thing. Mike, I know who Bad Bunny is. Never listened to Bad Bunny music. So on this past week's SNL, Bad Bunny performed 2 songs. So I'm like, I've got to see this Bad Bunny craze. Meanwhile, the audience is going nuts, yelling, screaming, the whole 9 yards. This dude delivers 2 songs, Mike, and he absolutely sucks. Like, sucks, bro. Like, literally, if one of his songs came on my car radio, I would go to another channel. But yet, this dude is larger than life. And it's, again, you try to explain to people, bro, there are a billion Bad Bunnies out there. There are a billion Bad Bunnies that are better. There are a billion Beyoncés out there that are better. Why them? And man, as I look at this now, and man, I'm no doubt in my mind it was before the Beatles. And maybe you can give me a little history with Tavistock and was it Sinatra? I mean, I don't know. But, there's a common thread here, bro, especially when it comes to music, pop culture, entertainment, getting to the youth. If you can control that and get your message across, to me, it's a no-brainer. It goes back to George Martin's comment when he first saw the Beatles. I was not that impressed, but what was he looking for? What was he looking for? He was looking for somebody to play the part. I can work with them. Now, I mean, Mike, I swear, I'm going to get all these comments about how crazy I am. But somebody has to explain to me why the Beatles, why Taylor Swift, Why Bad Bunny? Because there's no doubt in my mind, even like I said, man, the applause and the hooting and the hollering that Bad Bunny got, there's no question in my mind. They planted those people in the audience to do that. There is absolutely no question. Mike, am I nuts? Please tell my people I'm not nuts.
No, you're not nuts. You know, what you have to understand, folks, is that the music and entertainment industry is completely controlled, and it is a gigantic tool in the toolbox of the controllers. Now, who are the controllers? I mean, the Illuminati, whatever label you want to give them. It's the shadow government. It's the deep state. Okay, and if you don't think that these entities exist, then I don't know what to tell you, because it should be very, very apparent, especially over the last 3 years, going back to the March 2020 event, that was a highly coordinated worldwide event where everybody was reading from the same script and implementing the exact same process worldwide. And so, I mean, folks who don't believe that will have to, at some point, they'll have to do their own research and figure out that what we're talking about here, I mean, this is how the world works. So let me just say one thing. I sent Vince an email going back about a week ago, and I said, we have to look at the etymology of the word entertain. And so entertain, the etymology is to keep up, maintain, to keep someone in a certain frame of mind. In other words, to control your mind, to keep you in a box, to keep you controlled. So if I go back to, let me just pull out a piece of paper I have here. It's a summary of Tavistock. So Tavistock, this is a slide I had in one of my presentations, okay? It's called the hidden face. And the reason why I call it the hidden face is because if you go on Tavistock's site, you know, it's like motherhood and apple pie. But Tavistock is really the world's center for mass mind manipulation and social engineering activities. It's a sophisticated organization used to shape the destiny of the world by changing the paradigm of modern society. So in other words, they're into social engineering, changing things. They have control mechanisms in academia, your colleges, your universities, your schools. They control the Department of Education, you know, through all of their attachments to other organizations. You have to understand this is like a big octopus, this international structure. It's all interconnected. Multimedia, intelligence, the intelligence agencies. We talk about the CIA, we talk about MI6, we talk about the FBI, MI5, the Mossad. All of this stuff is tied in. Medicine, pharmaceutical companies, and drugs. Okay, so the drug business comes in under, you know, Tavistock, the CIA, like I said, because they're all connected at the hip. Tavistock was heavily funded and involved with the Rockefeller Foundation as well. Just so if anybody wants a U.S. tie to Tavistock, take a look at, you know, the Rockefellers. So their range of disciplines include anthropology, economics, organizational behavior. So in other words, a corporate mindset, as an example, political science, psychoanalysis, psychology, and sociology. So Tavistock was a follow-on from what was referred to as Wellington House, Department of Propaganda for the British military going back to World War I. So when World War I ended in 1918, in 1920, the Tavistock Clinic was created. Now, the Tavistock Clinic, if you go into, you know, their website, you go back into their history, they say that it was created so that they could help soldiers from World War I who were suffering from trauma, from being shell-shocked. So what they're really saying is we're getting into the business of really understanding human psychology is what they're saying. Then in 1947, it became the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. But in that whole time, Tavistock is involved in understanding the human mind, how to manipulate the human mind, how to social engineer. And this is done through people that are known as social scientists, you know, people that understand how the mind works. And as I mentioned, their reach is far and wide. And over time, when you're talking about, if they were founded as the Tavistock Clinic in 1920, that's 100 years. a century has gone by in which they are a primary force in social engineering. Okay, so that's what we have to understand. And they are very much into the occult. And as I mentioned before, you read Daniel Estulin's book, I mean, you'll get that in spades. You'll understand that a lot of occultism is brought into how they go about their business. So when we talk about, Taylor Swift, and we'll get into Bad Bunny in a moment.
Mike, I got to show you something real quick.
Yeah, go
Because
ahead.
what did you say about being in a box?
Oh, I said they want to keep you. They want to keep humanity in a box. They want to keep you contained. They don't want you going outside. There you go, inside
Look
a
at
box.
that. I mean, seriously, like, how do you just take that picture?
Right. Right.
I'd love to know what the 2 million means, though.
I don't know.
Very interesting, though.
But your head being in a box is the same thing as saying that you got your head in a bird cage.
Yeah.
You're captured. Your mind is captured.
Yeah. Look at him. I kind of wanted to interrupt.
No, it's okay. So, when I did the Beatle research, and going back to your point, Vince, the Beatles weren't very good at all. I mean, when they went to Hamburg in August of 1960, they were marginal at best as musicians, and they showed absolutely no signs of songwriting. Okay, but we'll leave that for another day. I'll leave the link to my presentations on their music, and you'll have a much better understanding of how they evolved, and it wasn't organically. Okay, but once you go through the Beatles and you understand how that inorganic, unnatural process took place to put them on a trajectory, to take them from being absolutely, nondescript, group of guys that were banging a drum and playing guitars, to worldwide phenomenal status by the time they landed in the U.S. in February of 1964. I mean, when you take a look at that trajectory, it was only 3.5 years. How does that happen? How does that happen? It's not natural. So when I don't follow Taylor Swift. I mean, I know who she is, okay, but I don't listen to her music and all that stuff. I've seen videos that have to do with her stage presentations and all of the occult symbolism that she's flashing, or what that's flashing across the screen in those video presentations.
Mike, do you know? I don't know if you know this or not, but there was a phenomenon when she was on this era tour. Mike, they would interview people after the show.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about people in their 20s. I'm talking about mothers. I'm talking about adults. Bro, there were a large percentage of people that couldn't recall the show.
Yes.
I mean, and I'm not talking about just one. There were a number of people, not 13-year-olds, adults that didn't remember what they just saw. Can you please explain that to people?
Trance state. So what happens is these presentations that take place on stage, what happens is, there's a certain cadence to the music. Also, music has frequencies. And one of the things that is used in the military industrial complex is frequency to affect the person's mind, or even to affect their body. Okay. So George Martin was really very well versed in the effect that frequency, in this case, the frequency of music, had on the listener. And that's why, myself included, when I would listen to Sgt. Pepper, the music was colorful. In fact, I used to explain to people that I used to love psychedelic music because it just gave me a sense of color all around me. Now, not everybody's going to get these types of experiences. So in any case, the point being is frequency plays a big part. But the other thing, folks, is the lighting. So if there's a lot of flickering of lights, the way the lights are positioned, strobe lighting, that's going to put people into a trance state. And when you take a combination of all that stuff, there are going to be those people, that segment of the audience, that's going to trance out. It's like, Vince knows this. I was a certified master hypnotherapist. I was board certified with the International Association of Counselors and Therapists, and I was in private practice for 12 years. And whenever I brought my clients in and we were doing sessions, let's just say I was doing a particular session and it was 2 hours. And after they came out of the session, they emerged. I would say, how long did that session seem to you? They would say, oh, 20 or 30 minutes.
Mm.
It was 2 hours. So there was time distortion. There was just, they lost a sense of time. And this is what I believe is taking place in some of these concerts. So that's what's going on there. So there's this hypnotic approach to these shows. And why are they doing that? Because once they get you in trance, then the message or whatever words are being sung, those become the hypnotic suggestions. What we refer to as post-hypnotic suggestions. The reason why we say post-hypnotic means these suggestions leave with you after the session, post the session.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, in my case, obviously I was using hypnosis to help people, to help them lose weight, stop drinking, stop smoking, stop vaping, be a better public speaker, have more confidence and stuff like that. But like everything else, I mean, there's an upside, there's a downside to stuff. And these people are very, very, very good at what they do as far as understanding the human mind, the psychiatry and the psychology of the mind, and putting people into trance state and hypnosis. Now, when I looked at Taylor Swift's Wikipedia page, I just couldn't believe it. Okay. It was like, first of all, it was like about a mile long. And we have to remember that this girl is 34 years old, folks. She's only 34 years old. So what I wrote is immediately they talk about pop culture. So what is pop culture? Pop culture is a culture that is spoon-fed to you out of your television set and the media. It's a culture, it's superficial. It's music videos, it's pop music, it's TV, it's Hollywood, it's movies, it's Netflix, it's hamburgers, okay? That's pop culture. There's your true culture would be your roots back to your ancestry and the traditions of your ancestors. And so what they do is they want to erase all of that. They don't want you to have a connection back to your past and back to your family and back to ancestral traditions. They don't want that because those types of values, they're very difficult to break. And this is an impediment to them to move forward to where they want to go. This whole hive mind, one world government, one religion, right? Which I believe they want to have in place by the 21st century. But that's a story for another day. So, Taylor Swift is what they refer to is as a social influencer, which means she's shaping culture. She's there to shape culture. Another way of saying that is it's social engineering. Tavistock would call it social engineering. So social influencer, shaping culture, social engineering are all the same thing. It's the celebrity culture, right? So in fact, they call her followers Swifties. It's a cult, okay? So Tavistock is in the business also of creating cults. You have a leader, a cult leader, in this case, a person like Taylor Swift or the Beatles, and they have their legions of followers, fans. Okay. It's all about celebrity worship. So that people worship celebrities. So my advice to folks is if you haven't watched this series, it's called American Gods. It was 3 seasons. American Gods explains how technology is the new God. And what they're doing is, I talked earlier about how they capture your thoughts. They capture your consciousness. It's really your non-physical energy because your thoughts create. Nothing around you, take a look at anything around you, wouldn't be here if it wasn't a thought at first. So they want to steer your thoughts so they can manufacture their version of their reality. Mm-hmm. Because what Luciferians do is Crowley teaches, do as thou wilt shall be the law, love under will. So what he's saying is pursue your true, pure will. And so what Luciferians do is they invest in what it is they want to pursue, what they want to be, how they want to manifest their lives. And then they create an external world that mirrors their internal world. Okay, so that's what they focus on, mastering their their what they call their true or pure will, and then creating an external world that mirrors it. What do most people do? 99.99% of the population. They do the absolute opposite. They take the external world and they bring it into their internal being. So they don't have their own internal will. You have embraced the will of an external world that was created by the controllers. And this is what many, many people have a hard time understanding. And so what they put out there for you, for everybody, is what's referred to back in Rome, it was called bread and circuses. Feed them, they'll be happy. Circuses, give them games, give them entertainment, keep them occupied with food and just inane stuff, and that will distract them. And while they're distracted, we're going to go do our thing over here, and we're going to reshape the world and society and the culture the way we want the world to look. That's how it works, okay? So when I looked at, let me just go through Taylor Swift real quick, because I'm going to tell you right now, there's nothing organic about Taylor's trajectory, in my opinion. It's the same thing. It's the same model that applies to the Beatles.
If you went from the Paul is Dead channel to the Taylor Swift channel, I am 1,000% convinced you would be telling us a very similar story.
Yeah, so let me just go through a couple of things here real quick, Vince. So I took a look at Taylor Swift. And so she was born on December 13th, 1989 from West Reading, Pennsylvania. She's 34 years old currently. The write-up says that she is a tremendous influence on the music industry, and she is a prominent cultural figure of the 21st century. So you have to pay attention to the words that they use. She is a prominent cultural figure in the 21st century, which means she's shaping culture. It says that she began her professional songwriting at age 14. Do I believe that? A 14-year-old? Not really. She has sold over 200 million records globally. Now, you don't sell that volume of records unless you have a tremendous machine behind you. Back in the 1950s, you couldn't even get a song on the radio unless you paid payola.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All of the music that is on the charts today, that are just banging it on Spotify, this is all predetermined. Artists are placed where the controlling apparatus wants to place them, so that they can continue to do their social engineering. She's the only act to have 5 albums with first week sales of over 1 million copies in the US. She has been featured in lists such as Rolling Stone's 100 Greatest Songwriters of All Time, Billboard's Greatest of All Time Artists, the Time 100, and Forbes Celebrity 100. Now remember, folks, she's 34 years old. And to be 34 years old and to be considered in Rolling Stone magazine's 100 greatest songwriters of all time, you have to ask yourself, how is this happening? It's happening because it's all fabricated. It's all manufactured. It's all orchestrated. Her accolades include 12 Grammy Awards, a Primetime Emmy Award, 40 American Music Awards, 29 Billboard Music Awards, 23 MTV Music Awards, 3 IFPI Global Recording Artists of the Year Awards, and 101 Guinness World Records. Okay, so now here's the thing. I'm going to get to something else here. Now, the Christian audience, okay? You have to pay very close attention to this, because one of the things that the Illuminati the controllers did back in 1962 was to declare war on your faith. So Taylor Swift, in her Wikipedia page, says she's a Christian. Now, this is a tactic that's used very often. The controllers are looking to dismantle Christianity. Why is that? Because it's in the way of their new religion, which is pagan-based. It's Luciferianism. You can't have Luciferianism. You can't have a pagan-based religion if you've got Christianity in the way. So they put these artists up there, and they say they're Christian. So what happens is then the Christian youth plug into them, because they believe what they're doing is they're following a Christian, right? But it's a tactic, okay? And now what's going to happen is it's the Pied Piper approach, right? I call the Beatles the Pied Pipers of the Age of Aquarius, of Crowley's Aeon of Horus. Well, Taylor Swift's doing the same thing, right? She's leading you down a path that's not going to look anything like Christianity at all. At all. All you have to do is watch some of her videos and take a look at the occult symbolism that's there. So when she was around 12 years old, a computer repairman and local musician taught her to play guitar. Okay, so this computer repairman comes in, hey, I'm going to teach you how to play guitar at 12 years old. In Nashville between 2004 and 2008, so now in 2004, she was 15 years old, Swift worked with experienced Music Row songwriters. So Music Row songwriters are the songwriters that are out of Memphis.
Yeah.
Okay. Troy Vergas, Brett Beavers, Brett James, Mac McAnally, and the Warren brothers. And she formed a lasting working relationship with Liz Rose. Now, how does a 15-year-old kid foster those connections unless she was on the radar and connected in some kind of program going back many, many years ago, all right, back when she was a kid. She's still a kid at 14 or 15. I'm talking about when she was like a young kid. Various pop and rock artists have also influenced Swift. She lists Paul McCartney. Now, this is something that a lot of bands, a lot of artists do. They will refer back to the Beatles or Paul McCartney. And why is that? Because the Beatles are foundational to all the genres of music that came after them. Think of the Beatles as the foundation of that house that they're building. So they're paying homage to the Beatles and to, quote, Paul McCartney, which of course is Billy these days, right? That's what they're doing. She's described as a music chameleon. That's because she started off in country. And the reason why she started off in country is because that's another thing that they needed to do. They needed to take the mindset of the country music fan, which is rural for the most part, guns for the most part, Christians for the most part, right? And now they need to reshape them. They need to transform them and move them over to a different mindset. And I mentioned that she was referred to as one of the greatest songwriters of all time by several publications. This is in Wikipedia. I'm not making this up, all right? This is for the audience. Now, it goes on to say that Swift has made a profound impact on the music industry, popular culture, just explained pop culture, the economy, and beyond. She dominates cultural conversations, and hence publications describe her as a cultural vitality or zeitgeist. What's a zeitgeist? A zeitgeist is a movement. They're describing Taylor Swift as a movement. New York Magazine's Jody Rosen dubbed Swift the world's biggest pop star and opined that the trajectory of her stardom has defied established patterns. Of course, it's defied established patterns because she's a manufactured entity. That's why. According to publications, they don't say which ones, Swift changed the music landscape forever. And her ability to popularize any sound in mainstream music is one of her strong points. So she's moved from different genres of music. Started with country, and then she moved into rock. I think she did some techno and stuff like that. So what they're doing is they're moving her into different genres, different spaces, so that she can take the influence that she has with her followers, the Swifties, right? And they can affect different aspects of music or different listening experiences, different groups of people, different segments of the population. Swift's music, life, and image are points of attention in global celebrity culture. So we're back to celebrity culture. We're back to pop culture. Senior artists such as Paul McCartney, Mick Jagger, Madonna, okay, and Dolly Parton have praised her musicianship. Carole King regards Swift her professional granddaughter, and thanked Swift for carrying the torch forward. While Ringo Starr, listen to this now, Vince. Now, while Ringo Starr and Billy Joel considered Swift the Beatles' successor. That's in the Wikipedia page. So she identifies as a pro-choice feminist. She advocates for LGBTQ rights. Swift's net worth is $740 million. She's 34 years old. So the reason why I mentioned pro-choice and LBGT is because these are part of the agendas that are in play right now.
Well,
Okay.
let me add to that, Mike, because this is this blew my mind, Mike. Like usually when there's a celebrity romance,
Yeah.
the paparazzi are catching them. That goes on for a couple of months, and then they go out in public. That's usually the way it's done.
Right.
Well, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift came out of nowhere.
Right.
There was no courtship. There was no nothing. Now, when you break that down, something very interesting happened, and I'm just piggybacking off of what you are saying. Taylor Swift is not political. She is not the jab, no jab girl, because she doesn't want to divide her audience. So when it comes to stuff like that, she doesn't go anywhere near it. Well, all of a sudden, this famous football player, Travis Kelce, comes out with a series of commercials of get the vax,
Yeah.
get the vax.
Right.
Next thing we know, he's dating Taylor Swift. Now, Taylor Swift, who won't come forward and say either way, get the facts or don't get the facts, she not only is endorsing, she is dating somebody at the same time they're saying. Meanwhile, Mike, during the football games on Sunday, when they keep showing her up in the press box, they are playing Travis's commercial, get the facts, back to back with the Eras Tour commercial of Taylor Swift, back to back.
Right.
And I'm like, how in the world can people not see that?
I know it's completely manufactured. So with her not talking about the vax, that's because that's scripted for her. She's not going to talk about that because they have her at a certain place to do certain things. And like you said, Vince, then you have Travis Kelce. Well, he's another one. I mean, I did some research on him too. So, I think he's been on the radar as well for quite a while. And so to talk about their relationship, this is what I found here. The alleged relationship between Kelce and Swift had considerable impact on NFL viewership.
Mm-hmm.
Money, 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 right?
And not only
money, that's what I
viewership,
want.
merchandise. They had to make a Swiftie jersey.
Right. Right. It says they said with the Chiefs Bears game drawing the most television viewers of the weekend, Kelce's jersey sales increased by 400%.
Yep.
And an increase in sales of Chiefs home game tickets were also documented because I guess the Swifties are going to expect her to be in the booth, right?
Yes. Yes.
So this is, folks, what this is celebrity culture. And when you're in celebrity culture, you're worshiping.
Mm-hmm.
You're worshiping these people. And when you worship people, you disempower yourself and you're giving up your own authority. So you have to understand that this is what they're putting together. It's this pop culture. It's this meaningless, inane culture that has no benefit to you, unless you think Netflix and hamburgers and stuff like that is a way of life. And when we talk about football games, I'm not knocking, watching a football game. I was a huge Giants fan back in the day. But when you're too connected into that stuff, when I talked about in Rome, bread and circuses, the circuses part, football is the circuses part, baseball, hockey,
Wrestling,
basketball, that's the circuses part. That's to keep you distracted. That's to keep you over there in that corner as much as they possibly can so that you're not taking a look someplace else at things that are far more important that are going to impact your life. Don't look over there because what we're doing over here legislatively with laws and stuff like that, we don't want you to know about that stuff.
yeah.
We're going to pass that stuff in the middle of the night over a Christmas vacation or whatever. So you just pay attention to your television set over here. her, just to wrap her up, again, folks, she's 34 years old. 10 studio albums, 4 re-recorded albums, 6 films, 7 concert/documentary films, and 6 live performances. Okay? That's a lot. That is a lot. And so, like I said, this is the same model that you see all the time. Once you see the patterns, once you see how this is all put together, there's a story. It's a narrative. And these stories are put out there. I've said that official narratives, which are official stories, that's what makes the world go round. Mm-hmm. Because that's what you're reading in the newspaper. That's what you're reading online. That's what you're listening to on your television set is official narratives. Are they true? In most cases, no. Okay. There's a lot of lack of truthfulness in a lot of those stories and what you're fed, but you don't know any better because you trust it. Mm-hmm. You know? So in any case, all right. So I don't want to bang on here about with Taylor Swift, but it's clear that, you know, she's an engineered, manufactured person.
Yeah, much like Bad Bunny, that reaches a whole other different demographic.
I took a look at him, 46 million viewers, subscribers, I should say, or followers on Instagram. 46 million?
So,
I also read that he did some wrestling or something.
Yeah, Mike. Oh, Mike. Mike, I could talk to you all day, man. It's always such a great conversation with you, man.
I don't know, Vince. I don't even know how I got into all this, to be honest with you. Sometimes I listen to myself and I think, you know what? I need to take a break. And I do take a break every once in a while, you know. In fact, I took a break going back about a couple of weeks ago to the end of the year. But whenever, you know, you and I want to get together, then.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because I got a whole, I was like, man, I went into the backmasking rabbit hole the other day. And I'm like, that's a whole other show, man. That is a whole other show.
If you want to listen to some backmasking and it's crystal clear, play Stairway to Heaven backwards.
Yeah.
And Robert Plant is singing about Sweet Satan.
Yeah.
I'm not making this up. In fact, you can find the backmasking on YouTube. A lot of people have pulled that one up. And like I said, that's not one of those backmasking examples that you have to kind of like, you know, is he really saying that? It's pretty clear.
Yeah, no, that was part of the documentary. All right, Mike, listen, I know you are at sageofquay.com.
I am.
The Paul is Dead channel.
Yep.
I want to know, how can they listen to your music? That's what I want to know. Can we drive people to your music?
Yeah, so just go to my hub website, sageofquay.com, and there's a whole section there that will take you to my music. So you can go to my actual music website, which is laboroflovemusic.com, or you can click the Reverb Nation link or the SoundCloud link, and that'll take you to my music. I have 3 albums out. I released No More Gods in May of this year, so it's pretty recent. And I just released a new single, I Want to Fly, yesterday. So that's up on my Reverb Nation SoundCloud web pages as well.
Now, if we play that backwards, will I find anything in that record, Mike?
I hope not. I mean, I didn't intend to do any backmasking, but you know, that would be an interesting little exercise to do, you know, to see if there's anything.
And listen, since Mike has all this wisdom and all this knowledge, the next time I have Mike back, he is going to have 20 platinum albums. He is going to be worth $590 billion. Mike, of all people to shut up, give Mike a deal like Taylor Swift.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. You know why, Vince? Because first of all, to take that deal, you got to play in their sandbox.
No way, man.
No way,
Absolutely
man.
not.
No way.
Absolutely not. All right, everybody. Mike, I'm going to hit you up after the first of the year, man, because we just scratched the surface here today.
Anytime, Vince. It was really enjoyable.
I love talking to you, man. All right, everybody. The great Mike Williams, Sage of Quay, Paul is Dead channel. Check out his music.
This is Channel Attitude, your voice your right, your freedom. This is Vince Russo's The Brand.
Welcome, everybody, to a very, very special show. I was just telling my guest, I don't wear special clothing for anybody. But when I do this show, I got to wear this shirt. Yes, Paul is dead if you want it. Guys, I gotta be honest with you. You know, I don't do many interviews anymore because, you know, just interviewing wrestlers, they're always going to toe a line. They're never going to be honest. And like, I don't want anybody, I can't waste my time at this point in my life. Every minute counts at this point in my life. So I don't do many interviews. But when I can get this next guest, I stop everything. This man is a genius. I have labeled this man a genius, and not just because of his work in the Paul is dead category, but just the mind. We've had many talks. He's been on the show a few times. I love him. We got some heartbreaking news, though, that I'm going to try to talk him out of. That's part of what this show is about. Listen, here he is. The great Mike Williams. Mike, you ever get an introduction like that in your life, Mike?
Never.
Mike, who's your biggest fan? Mike, you know I'm your biggest fan, Mike.
I hope I can live up to that, Vince.
Mike, what is going on? I was watching, you know, one of your shows a couple of months ago, and you had an end date. Now, Mike, we've had end dates before. We've had you're like the wrestler that had the last match, the retirement match. But Mike, you said nope. Matter of fact, this is it. And I said, first of all, I'm going to try to talk him out of this. Second of all, if it is the truth, I gotta have you on the show before that happens. So, Mike, what wasn't the date November something? That's why we're doing the show today.
Well, tomorrow is the last day. I told my audience that it's the last day that I will do the ongoing day-to-day research, Vince. What I've explained is that I will continue to do periodically interviews. If a host contacts me and wants to talk about my Beatles research, I'll certainly do that. But the ongoing research, day in, day out stuff, after 8 years, it's a long time. And I felt that I really was able to communicate out everything that I needed to with regard to my research. And 8 years is long enough to do just about anything. And so I want to move on to other things. I have a big music project right now that my brother and I are working on. We have 2 grandchildren now. And so, you know, there are priorities in life, and sometimes you have to shift them up.
Yeah. Well, you know, Mike, the word on the street, the rumor on the street is you're planning a new show called Avril Lavigne is Dead. Is that going to be your next series? Mike, I got to tell you this, though. First of all, when you talk about the 8 years, guys, listen, I don't know if you've ever been to Sage of Quay. You need to go to Mike's site, Sage of Quay. Mike, the research and the slideshows and the presentations, they're nothing like it have I ever seen with any topic being covered. Your thoroughness, like, is absolutely amazing. And that's what I'm talking about. I mean, when you talk about 8 years, it's really 16 years with the amount of time, because so much of this took so much time. This isn't about, okay, everybody, pull out Sergeant Pepper and there's a hand over Paul's head. No. As a matter of fact, Mike, I want to throw this at you. I have a feeling through your 8 years of doing this, there was the presentation of Paul is Dead. You know, we went through all that very thoroughly. However, I think you may have stumbled upon something that almost superseded that, and maybe something you didn't even plan on stumbling upon. I don't think you did. And that is when you started, you took a little bit of right, and the Beatles don't write their own music. And
Right.
you got into that so heavily and so convincing. I think all that started with Rubber Soul, was written and produced in 21 days or something like that. And then all of a sudden, Mike, you took a right and you put together, I think it was like an 8-hour presentation. I watched over a week. Mike, was that something that you expected as you started getting into the Paul is Dead research?
No. When I first got into it, my research started off like most people's research, is to take a look and to see if you could figure out if Paul was replaced. So I knew of the rumor, Vince, going back to the 1970s, actually the mid-1970s, when I was in high school. And but I didn't believe the rumor. I believe that it was just a very clever and witty marketing ploy. Because as I've mentioned on other shows, that's how the Beatles are sold to us, as very clever and witty, and that they were engaging with their fans, and one of the premises being that it would give an uptick to sales, which actually it did. So when I bought the Memoirs of Billy Shears going back to 2016, and the book has been out since 2009, so I was 7 years late to the party, I was still a believer that Paul was always Paul. And so when I was reading the book, and as you know, you've read the book too, there's so much information in it that I concluded that the only way this much information can be in the book is that it either has to be coming from somebody within the inner circle of the Beatles enterprise, or it's coming from the person that's playing the role of Paul McCartney, who I refer to as Billy Shears. And so that was basically phase one of my research. Was Paul replaced or not? And then once I concluded that he was, and the evidence is really overwhelming that he was. I know there's people listening to us right now that will disagree and so on and say that was just a rumor from years ago, but there's just so much more to the story than what most people believe, Beatle fans, as it pertains to the whole Paul is Dead conspiracy. But what happened was there was a couple of sentences on page 350 going into page 351 of the Memoirs of Billy Shears, where it said something to the effect that George Martin was going to take their little songs and make them great. And I remember reading that passage and thinking to myself, what does that mean? Because the book, generally speaking, discusses the Beatles in terms of them writing their own songs. Now, after I did my presentation, my 4-hour presentation, did the Beatles write all their own music going back to April of 2020? That's when the footnotes were added to the Memoirs of Billy Shears that validated my research, that the Beatles did not write all of their own music and they did not play on all of their recorded tracks. So we can get into that in some more detail later if you wish. And then on page 351, after it said that George Martin was going to take their little songs and make them great, it started talking about the Committee of 300 and the snitch. And I knew of the Committee of 300, and I knew of Dr. John Coleman. I had not read the book at that time, but I knew of John Coleman because Coleman did interviews. And as I was going through my whole period of looking into alternative research and conspiracy research, and I've had my blog since 2011 or 2012, I ran across Dr. Coleman's interviews. So when the book mentioned that, I knew that they were talking about John Coleman. So I bought the book, The Committee of 300, which I highly recommend. Great book on the deep state. And in that book, which is not a book about the Beatles, it's about the deep state, it's about the Committee of 300, Tavistock, and the other organizations within the controlling matrix that plug in. He mentions the Beatles being a creation of the Tavistock Institute. And for those that are not familiar, Tavistock is the social engineering hub of the deep state. So all of the social engineering, the propaganda, the mind control, and all that stuff, that all emanates out of the Tavistock Institute, which is located in London. So Coleman mentions this about 6 or 7 times in the book, based upon different contexts with regard to what he's discussing in that particular chapter. And so I said, okay, let me buy the book, and I read it. And Coleman very explicitly states that the Beatles were a creation of Tavistock. Now, John Coleman claims that he was part of British intelligence, and he was a whistleblower, and he defected. So in case anybody's asking, why should we believe John Coleman? So even at that point, I was thinking, okay, I have a lot of respect for Coleman's work, but I don't know if this is true. In fact, there's one thing that Coleman claims in the book that I did disagree with. He said that Theodore Adorno from the Frankfurt School, now the Frankfurt School and the Tavistock Institute are connected at the hip. They both came into being in the early 1920s. And when I looked into Adorno and everything he was involved in, I concluded after doing the research that it's unlikely that he wrote all of their music. It's not to say that Theodore Adorno did not write some of the music, along with George Martin, by the way. I believe George Martin was a big contributor toward the writing of Beatles songs, along with maybe a half dozen crack songwriters on the EMI Tavistock staff that were assigned to the Beatles project, because the Beatles were a psychological operation that Tavistock implemented in order to social engineer the masses worldwide. So the Beatles were the first manufactured band with the mission to social engineer at a worldwide level. So I started digging into these deep state organizations like Tavistock, learning about what Tavistock is all about, the Frankfurt School, the Committee of 300. You start getting into other factions of the deep state matrix, like the Club of Rome, the World Economic Forum, Bilderberg, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, and so on. So there's an entire structure, folks, that's there that is above us, that's running this world. And the system that you think is running the world is nothing more than just a show. It's a veneer to keep you occupied and entertained with what's going on down here while they're working up here doing all the stuff that they believe they need to do to get to their one world order, the New World Order. So that's what happened, and I got into it, and the silver bullet was Rubber Soul, as you mentioned, Vince. And so what happened was I bought a DVD going back a number of years ago, 5 years ago or so, and the author of the DVD is a gentleman by the name of Scott Fryman, and Scott Fryman is a musicologist. He's very accomplished as a musician, and he presents the Beatles' official narrative. And so he has this series called Deconstructing the Beatles. Mm-hmm. And underneath that, he deconstructs the different albums that the Beatles have put out. So I don't even remember how I stumbled upon Scott's series, but I did. And a little voice in my head said, look at Rubber Soul. So I took a look at Rubber Soul, and I got about 15 minutes into the presentation, because the premise, he's setting it up, and he said that the Beatles came into the studio on October 11th of 1965 to do the Rubber Soul recordings with essentially no backlog of music. In fact, I think what Scott's exact words were, they came in empty. They had just come off a tour. Mm-hmm. They had a 6-week break between when the tour ended on August 31st of 65 to when they had to head over to EMI Studios October 11th of 65. Recording actually started on October 12th, the next day. And the premise kicks off by saying that the Beatles were on the hook to write 16 songs in 30 days. So that's 14 songs for the album and a double A-side single, which was Day Tripper and We Can Work It Out. But they had no music coming in. Now, some pieces of the official narrative will say that the Beatles had a little bit of this song, a little bit of that, like a little bit of Michelle, a little bit of We Can Work It Out. But they were, if we go by the official narrative, they were partial songs. And that's great, but partial songs still have to be developed and worked on in the studio. And some people want to argue with me and say, well, it wasn't 16 songs. It was something less. In Mark Lewison's book, Mark is considered the Beatles historian from an official narrative perspective, he claims that they had to write from scratch more than a dozen songs. So even if we go with Mark's number, more than a dozen, which means they had to write 13, 14, 15, or 16 songs, that task of writing that many songs within a 30-day period of time is not possible. Because when you break it down, I'm a songwriter, musician and a songwriter, and I record. I'm very familiar with the recording process. I've been at it since the late 1970s. When you write a song, there's a twofold aspect to it. You've got to write the music, and then you have to write the lyrics. So, and both these things typically don't come simultaneously. You might have some scratch lyrics that you're going to play around with as you're working the melody of the music, and then you're going to fix up the lyrics later on. Sometimes you might have some lyrics, and then you have to create the music. But the point being is, music is a creative process. It's not a manufacturing process like we're pumping out widgets, right, on a conveyor belt. So when you write a song, you're going to have to write the song, and then once you write it, once you're satisfied that you've got something that is worthy of recording, you're then going to take it to your band members, and they have to learn it. So as an example, in the case of Rubber Soul, if Paul McCartney and John Lennon wrote a song, and George and Ringo were doing something else, John and or Paul would have to take it to George and Ringo and say, hey, here's the song, and so here's how it goes. And then they would play around with the song, they would rehearse the song, and the rehearsal process in itself means that there's going to be the dynamic of give and take between the band members, unless you have a dictatorial situation. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay, the song goes like this, let's play it. They run through it. And then George Harrison might say, hey, I have an idea. Why don't we try this lick here, this riff there?
And Mike, you saw the process in Get Back.
Yes.
You see the process Mike is talking about, you see in Get Back. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
That's the exact process. And so once you rehearse, there's going to be changes. And then there's the process of arranging the song. So arranging would be how the song is ultimately presented. It could mean that you're going to change verses, you're going to change a bridge, you're going to maybe delete a bridge, you're going to do this to the chorus, you're going to layer the song with different types of overdubs, maybe orchestration, and so on, lead guitar playing, and there's all of that. And then once you get all that down, then you go record the song. If the overdubs come later, but you're going to go in and record the song. And then after that, once the song is recorded, you mix it. So a lot of people, lay people who really don't understand music and they don't understand songwriting and recording will make a very simplistic statement, right? Their defense will be of the Beatles, well, they were geniuses and they can do what other people couldn't do. And, that's really just a cop-out, right? Because they were not geniuses. In fact, the Beatles themselves, if you listen to their interviews, never said once that they were geniuses. And John Lennon said on a number of occasions that they couldn't read or write music. And some people want to argue, well, you don't have to read and write music to be able to write music. That's true. But when we take a look at the quality and the intricacies of the Beatles' music, all the arrangements and all that stuff, you have to ask yourself, well, who was doing that? people would say, oh, that was George Martin. Well, yeah, you're probably right that it was George Martin, and maybe Theodore Adorno had a hand in it as well. But once you start getting into those discussions, what happens is now you're starting to open the aperture to that there's a whole lot more to the story than just the Beatles,
Right.
than just four guys. Because now you have, George Martin was doing this, and maybe Theodore Adorno was doing that. Also, we have, I have video footage of Glenn Campbell as an example. He was co-hosting the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour back in July of 1968. And so Glenn was introducing the band Cream, which is Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, and Jack Bruce. Mm-hmm. And when he introduced the band, he said that they were top flight, top shelf studio musicians. They were the cream of the crop, and that they played on many, many records coming out of the UK. And Glenn went on to say the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and he rattled off a couple of other acts. So here we have Glenn Campbell, who was a guitar virtuoso. He played for the Wrecking Crew. The Wrecking Crew was responsible for most of the pop rock music recordings back in the 1960s and 1970s here in the U.S. I'm almost positive they also played on UK releases. But the UK had their own version of these studio players. Mm-hmm. So here we have a situation where Glenn Campbell comes out and says, well, the members of Cream played on Beatle tracks. I recorded on Beatle tracks. And you know, and I've had not arguments, but people will want to argue with me and say, well, he meant that was Eric Clapton playing on While My Guitar Gently Weeps. I said, no, it doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
Eric wasn't asked by George Harrison to play on While My Guitar Gently Weeps until September of 1968. Glenn Campbell made his comment in July of 1968.
Yeah.
Right. We also have a situation where Paul McCartney or Billy did a show, a special with Rick Rubin, and it was a Hulu special, McCartney 321. Mm-hmm. And during that that special, Rick Rubin brings up While My Guitar Gently Weeps and isolates the bass track. And as he isolates the bass track, Billy or Paul McCartney is sitting there, and you can easily tell that he didn't play on that track, because his reaction to what Rick was showing him, he was as amazed and as inspired by it,
right,
as Rick was.
Right.
And Rick was going on about the tone and the aggressiveness of the bass playing. And what was interesting is, as Rick is taking him through this and discussing it, not once does Paul or Billy, I'll call him Billy, ever say, well, I got the tone this way. I used this bass. I used this amp with these settings. Not 1 ounce of input to help to understand how that bass track was put together. So what that told me was that he didn't play bass on that song. So we had Eric Clapton playing lead guitar on While My Guitar Gently Weeps. And I'm thinking, well, does that mean Jack Bruce played the bass?
Yeah, right.
And then, of course, we have Bernard Purdie. And Bernard, since 1978, has said and stated very clearly that
the drummer, right? He's the drummer, right?
He's the legendary drummer who he drummed for Aretha Franklin for 25 years. He's played for Steely Dan, the Rolling Stones. The list goes on and on and on. Bernard is probably one of the most sought after studio drummers of all time. And he's in the Drummers Hall of Fame. And he came out in 78 and said that he drummed on 21 Beatle tracks from the early albums. And so when we talk about the early albums, we're talking about Please Please Me with the Beatles and A Hard Day's Night. And maybe it could have gotten into Beatles for Sale, which was their 4th UK release. And Bernard has never backed off that. And again, people want to argue and say, well, no, he fixed the tracks on the Tony Sheridan songs that the Beatles recorded. The Beatles did some recordings with Tony Sheridan. Mm-hmm. And he also did that. So what I have to explain to people that don't want to give up the the myth is that Bernard drummed on both. He drummed on some of the Tony Sheridan tracks. He was called in to fix the tracks, which means he went in to fix the drumming tracks to make them a little more powerful, have more presence, better timing. And he also drummed on 21 Beatle tracks, aside from the Tony Sheridan tracks.
Yeah.
So what we have is, so going back, and the reason why I brought that up, folks, is because people will ask for examples of other musicians playing on Beatle tracks. I was told by a person that that I communicate with, I'll just refer to him as a source, who was a very good friend of Dan Peake. Now, Dan Peake was one of the founding members of the band America. And they were also produced by George Martin. Now, Dan passed away going back around, I guess, 10, 12 years ago. But this person who knows him very, very well, knew him very, very well, said to me that Dan, again, America was produced by George Martin. The Beatles were also produced by George Martin. Told him that Jimmy Page played the lead on I Saw Her Standing There. So Jimmy Page was one of the studio players playing on Beatle albums, along with Vic Flick. Vic Flick was in the George Martin Orchestra. So if we watch A Hard Day's Night, we have Ringo's theme from the soundtrack. Mm-hmm. That, of course, wasn't the Beatles, but that was Vic Flick who played the guitar on Ringo's theme for the movie. And he also played the James Bond sounding theme at the beginning of the United Artists release of Help here in America. Before the song starts, there's kind of that James Bond guitar playing. That was Vic Flick as well. I was told by a person that is a relative of the late, great studio drummer Ronnie Verrill out of the UK, that Ronnie also drummed on Beatles songs. And the official narrative tells us that Andy Wyatt, of course, drummed on P.S. I Love You and Love Me Do back in 1962. But another Beatles researcher reached out to me, and their day job, I guess, is doing electrical work. And so they ran into a drummer. I'm not going to say who it is because I don't want to bring people into this stuff that, it could wind up being a problem for them. He said that it's absolutely true that Bernard Purdie drummed on those 21 Beatle tracks. He knew Bernard personally. And also that another Beatle drummer was Alan White from the band Yes, who also later drummed for John Lennon for the Plastic Ono Band. Mm-hmm. And we also have to remember, too, to kind of add a little more spice to this, Phil Spector was with the Wrecking Crew. And so we see that Phil Spector was involved with the Beatles, especially with the Get Back, not the Get Back sessions, but the Let It Be album. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned Let It Be, and that's interesting because when John Lennon was asked about the Let It Be album, he said that they handed Phil Spector a big pile of shit, John's words, and he did something with it. So John was saying, Phil did a great job. We handed him a bunch of junk, a pile of junk from a recording perspective, and he worked it as a producer and engineer to create the Let It Be album. That was the album that was released in 1970. So you have all these connection points. So this is, like I said, this is important because information is out there with regard to people who are that were involved with the Beatles from a recording perspective. Nicky Hopkins, the great keyboard player. Nicky Hopkins, a lot of people probably don't know this. The piano playing that you're hearing on the song Revolution, that's Nicky Hopkins. How do we know that? Well, Nicky's passed away, but if you go to his website, it says Nicky Hopkins played piano on Revolution. So the point being is we have these guys, the Beatles, these four kids really, to be able to write 10, 12, 14, 16 songs, Vince. And like I said, that's not just the music, but we're talking about the lyrics as well. It's all got to come together in 30 days from October 11th of 1965 through November 11th of 1965 is just not possible.
Well, the thing I remember too, Mike, and you didn't even touch upon this, which was really fascinating to me, was the actual manufacturing of the album and the labels,
Right.
and when they had to get stuff to the printer. I mean, when you laid that part out, because now that's going further, saying, wait a minute, they had to know the names of these songs.
Right.
They had to know the times of these songs, because the manufacturing schedule alone, there was not enough time to get an album out. Correct?
Yes. So there was two problems with Rubber Soul. So the 16 songs in 30 days is problem number one.
Right.
And a lot of people want to argue that because they just want to make the blanket statement that the Beatles were geniuses and therefore, end of discussion. But the other problem, as you just mentioned, is the manufacturing process. So back in the day, to be able to, the manufacturing process, once the final lacquer is cut. Now, the final lacquer is what is used to start the printing process, the pressing process of the vinyl. So that's why the final lacquer is very, very important. So the time from when the lacquer is finalized to when the record can make its way into retail outlets, and we're talking about back in the day, was 2 months. And 2 months is I don't want to say it's aggressive, but let's just say on average 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe not even on average 2 months, and then it could be longer. It could be maybe 9 weeks, 10 weeks, maybe 2.5 months. So, and how did I get this information? Well, when I was doing my presentation, working on it, I was connected into a person who was very accomplished in the music industry out of the UK, has been around for a long time, and was very familiar with the pressing process of pressing vinyl. And so, I was having dialogue back and forth. We were emailing him, and I would send him some of my slides and show him, this is what I was seeing and how I was understanding it and laying it out. And he would give me his input. And that's how I was able to fine tune it and get it, and I really understand it. So in other words, when the Beatles finished up on November 12th of 1965, and the final lacquer was cut on November 17th of 1965, that album should not have seen the light of day until sometime in late January, at the earliest. But the album was in retail outlets on December 3rd of 1965, in time for the Christmas season, because EMI, of course, didn't want to miss the revenue that was associated with releasing a Beatles album for Christmas. And so the problem is this, and I'll go into a little more detail what Vince was saying. In order to print the album jackets and the center labels, you have to know the names of the songs, and the sequencing has to be done. So the sequencing is what order the songs are going to play on each side of the record, of the 33 RPM album, side A and side B. Sequencing is very important because it's not just something you slap together. There's two pieces to sequencing. One is to determine the flow of the album. This song leads to this song, leads to that song. So there's a flow to an album. The other piece of sequencing is that you have to make sure that the album is balanced on both sides, that there's enough dead wax in front of the label. And the reason why this is important is because with 33 RPM records, if you don't do the sequencing properly and you don't calculate how these songs are going to lay out across side A and side B properly, then there's the possibility of what is referred to as groove distortion on 33 RPM records. So what that means is you have your stylus from your 33 RPM record, and you place song number one, you place the needle down, and it goes across. Now, as the needle is getting closer and closer to the spindle, what's happening is the grooves of the vinyl itself are getting more and more compressed. And so that's where you can get groove distortion. So the record companies back in the day, in order to avoid that, did everything they could to try to lay out the songs properly from a timing perspective and, like I said, enough space between the label and the last song, which is called the dead wax, to ensure that they could minimize groove distortion. Obviously, the higher quality stylus and system that you had, that would help to mitigate any type of groove distortion. But back in the day, a lot of people just had basic phonographs and record players that they were using, turntables. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's more than just slapping songs together. They have to think through this whole process. So the official narrative tells us that the Beatles finished up recording on November 11th, actually early into the morning, I should say, of November 12th, 2 a.m. or something. And that George Martin completed the sequencing on November 16th. And on November 17th, the final lacquer was cut. And once the final lacquer is cut, that's when they start pressing the records. So the pressing of the records for Rubber Soul either started on November 17th, as soon as the lacquer was finalized, or the very latest, November 18th, the very next day. Okay, so let's go back to the problem. The problem is, let's start with the labels. So if the sequencing wasn't done until November 16th, then how were all of the center labels printed with the proper sequencing or the order of the songs for side A and side B? How did that happen? How did they turn around thousands and thousands and thousands of labels within 24 hours? It's not possible. It's the same thing with the album jacket. The album jacket for any album, but Rubber Soul as well, on the back of it, it lists the songs, side A, side B, in sequenced order. So the album jacket had to be printed with the names of the songs.
Mm-hmm.
So if you finish the sequencing on November 16th and you start pressing on November 17th or the 18th at the very latest, there was absolutely zero time to turn around both the labels and the jackets. Now, the labels in particular are a very important piece to this, because when you press a record, the label, the center label on a 33 RPM album, is pressed at the same time with the label. So the label and the vinyl are pressed at the same time. That's the process. That's the manufacturing process. They don't adhere the labels to the record later. So which means that when they said, okay, we finished the final lacquer, now we're going to make the stampers and we're going to start pressing the records like ASAP, those labels had to be there.
Wow.
They had to be ready to go. So the question becomes, well, all right, so the record obviously got out. It was, the initial shipments of Rubber Soul got out to stores on December 3rd. So how did it work? So what happened was the whole process of writing the songs was done by outside songwriters. And George Martin had those songs written and recorded by session musicians way before the Beatles ever stepped foot in EMI Studios on October 11th of 1965. And because of that, once the songs were written and George had the studio players in and he recorded the instrumental tracks, then George was able to, and Norman Smith, who was the engineer, to sit down and do whatever edits they needed to do to the songs from an instrumental perspective and complete them. And once they completed them, they now had the run times for the songs. The song was 2.5 minutes long or 3 minutes long. That's what runtime means. So once they had all of the songs written, all of the songs recorded, they had all of the run times, then George Martin could do the sequencing. And he did the sequencing weeks before the Beatles ever stepped foot into the studio. It was at that point, once he had the final sequencing, that they were able to start the printing process and get that manufacturing process going, just to create the labels and to create the album jackets, especially with the names of the songs on the back of it. So that process is underway. The Beatles are not in the studio at this point in time. They're probably still on tour. They're or they're on their vacation, 6-week vacation time, which, by the way, in Mark Lewison's book explains that that period of time, there was no songwriting. It was free time. It was vacation. So there was no songs written in that 6-week period of time. That's another argument that people want to make. And I keep telling them, you're making a new narrative, because that's not what the official narrative says. So you're creating your own narrative around this thing in order to kind of, to keep your belief system in place. So that's what happened. So all of that printing and manufacturing process began weeks before the Beatles ever made their way into the studio. So this way, when the Beatles got into the studio on October 11th, the songs were already done, the labels were already done, the album jackets were already done. And the Beatles' job, starting on October 12th when recording began, they got into the studio on October 11th. October 12th was the first day of recording. Their job was to record the vocal tracks.
Right.
So that means that once they finish up the vocal tracks, George Martin can then take the final vocals with the final instrumentals, which you already had, and mix them together. Now you have the completed song. Now, the other thing we should also talk a little bit about.
I just want to say one thing, Mike, but know what you're going to say, please, because I don't want to interrupt you. But I want everybody to understand, like, there's almost a model for what Mike is talking about, because I've seen many, and I'm sure Mike has too, many Beach Boy documentaries. Okay. Brian Wilson took himself off the road because he wanted to go into the studio full time. This is all documented. You could see footage of this everywhere. What he was creating in the studio was pet sounds. And he was creating that. I don't know, Mike, if it was the Wrecking Crew. I'm sure it probably was.
It was the Wrecking Crew.
With the Wrecking, you see, this is all documented. Everybody is there, full musicians, and Brian Wilson is putting all the music together. Then they show the Beach Boys coming in and dropping the vocal tracks. In this situation, Mike, what we're really talking about is George Martin playing the role of Brian Wilson. I mean, this process had been done before. So it's not like it's some wild, crazy out there. This is how Pet Sounds was made.
Well, what's important to understand is that was the process for pop music in general.
Right.
Studio musicians were used to record the tracks. And there's 2 documentaries. You can watch The Wrecking Crew. I highly recommend it. Yep. Also, Hired Gun, which explains that how a lot of these studio players actually joined bands. So now they're part of the band. And that process really started kicking off in the 1980s. There's also another documentary titled Muscle Shoals. You should watch that too. Muscle Shoals was doing the same thing as the Wrecking Crew, but they were doing it on the East Coast, whereas the Wrecking Crew was LA based. And as I mentioned, the British had their own set of studio players that were paging in and out, like Big Jim Sullivan, Vic Flick, or Jimmy Page, Eric Clapton, and so on. So now there's something else we should really focus on here. Back in 1966, in June of 1966, at the Hilton in Japan, the Beatles were all sitting at a table, and they were being asked questions by the press. And a question came up about their musicianship. And during that press conference, Paul McCartney drops a bombshell. He says that we never said we were very good musicians. We're adequate. Okay, that was in June of 1966. And then there was an interview in August of it was August of 66, right. So and then 2 months later, August of 66, there was a BBC interview where Paul and John were being interviewed by a BBC interviewer at Paul's house. And Paul says a couple of things. The first thing he says is that we never said we were very good musicians, and we're limited as a group. Now, by him saying that, between that comment he made back in June of 66 in Japan, and then at his home in August of 66. Think about that. That interview took place on August 5th of 1966, which was the same day that Revolver, that's the album after Rubber Soul was released. These guys have got 7 albums under their belt at this point in time. We are told that they are great musicians and brilliant songwriters. Why is it that Paul McCartney is restating that they are not very good musicians and they are limited as a group after 7 albums? So 7 albums between 1963 and 1966, that's a lot of output. So in order to have that type of output, you've got to be not adequate. You've got to be extremely competent and good at your trade. So when we go back to Rubber Soul and then banging out 16 songs, actually, well, one of the songs they pulled in, I think it was Wait from the Help sessions, but be that as it may, let's just say 15, 16 songs. In order to do that, to bang those songs out the way they did, one right after another, like I said, it was like a manufacturing process. It was like a conveyor belt. You cannot be just an adequate musician, Vince.
Yeah.
You've got to be a top shelf musician to do that. Now, the other problem with the interview that Paul did in August of 1966, August 5th, is he said that the Beatles did not write songs, music, in between albums. He said maybe 1 or 2. Now, maybe could mean that they wrote 0 music between albums. He said, we wrote in great big batches whenever we had to come in to do an album or a film, but it's really an album because the music from the film was derived from the album. So most Beatle fans, because of the official narrative, believe that the Beatles were constantly writing music. They were a perpetual motion machine of songwriting. They were writing music when they were on film sets. They were writing music when they were in the studio. They were writing music during their free time. They were writing music when they were touring. They were writing music all the time. And in that August 5th, 1966 interview, Paul McCartney just completely blows that out of the sky and says, no, that's not true. So during the interview, when he says that, the BBC interviewer actually states, but it's also a question. He says, well, I would think that writing 12 songs on the spot in such a short period of time is not possible. And John said, well, it is sometimes. And then John and Paul went on to say that for their recent album, and they were referring to Revolver, they said it took them weeks to write just one song for Revolver. Weeks. Now, weeks, folks, obviously is plural. It's more than 1 week for one song. And when we step back to Rubber Soul, they're telling us that they wrote 16 songs in 30 days when it took them weeks to write one song for Revolver. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, with Rubber Soul, if you get all tangled up with 16 songs, pick a number, 12, 14, 16, I don't care. Because whether it's 12 songs or 16 songs, it doesn't work. And so that was a big interview that Paul did, and it's an interview that most people, if they heard it, I don't know whether they ignore what's being said or they're not comprehending what's being said, but he contradicts the official narrative as far as when they wrote songs, and he's saying that we weren't very good musicians. Also, in that interview, he mentioned that they didn't play on Yesterday. He said, we didn't have to show ourselves up again. And my British audience said to me that particular phrase means that they didn't have to embarrass themselves again in the studio. So why is that important? Yeah. Well, that's because Paul McCartney is credited with playing the acoustic guitar on Yesterday. And Paul McCartney in that interview said, I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I didn't play.
One thing about that stands out too, and I know we talked about this, but that one interview with Ringo where he says, and then the writers would come in.
Right.
He was not going to say that's when Paul and John come in. That's when the writers come in. Hey, listen, Mike, I want to switch gears for a second because we got to hit on Paul is dead.
Yep.
And here's the question I want to ask you, because I got to tell you, Mike, I like you, Mike. I found out about this probably, when I was about 8 years old, when it had just come on the radio. And so this has been a lifelong thing for me. There's two things I really hang my hat on. I want to get from you. I'm going to ask you the top three things that you really hang your head on and you point to and say, this proves, Paul is dead. Here are the top two things that I can never get away from. And I want you to get a little bit into these stories. And then I want to get your top stories. Number one, when Billy got busted for the marijuana in Japan, which to me, that story right there, when I read that in memoirs, that blew me away. Here's the second thing that has always been haunting to me, Mike. Heather Mills's interview with Billy Bush. What in God's name is she talking about? Those are the two things I always look at. Oh, and also Olivia Harrison saying, hello, Billy. Like, I mean, and Dana Carvey. Carvey in the interview, matter of fact, me and Billy, like those things, I'm like, if I had to point to anything, look at those. What I want you to get a little into those things, unless there's something you point to that supersedes all that.
Well, before Sally Whitty, who was another researcher, colleague of mine, because I'm networked into, a half a dozen or so. It's a loose network of researchers, and we share ideas and information that we have. But Sally's been on the show, and she's a colleague and a very good friend. She is blind in her left eye. Mm-hmm. And we had this page. It's a Facebook page. I'm not really on Facebook, but I was part of this particular page because it was it had a few of us on that page, and we would share ideas. And Sally kept putting these images up and these videos up of Billy and his eye. And I remember thinking to myself, okay, where is she going with this? Now, going back to 2019, I did a presentation that had to do with Vivian Stanshall, that Billy played the role of Vivian Stanshall in the Bonzo Dog Band with Neil Innes. Okay. And when I did that presentation, I came across an image of Stanshall and an image of Billy, an older Billy.
I want to interrupt you real quick before I forget. But Mike, I can't. I got to tell you, I got so many brand members. Every time they want to pop me, they throw this at me, and it's we give you credit for the Street Viv. Street Viv. We always talk about Street Viv, but go on, man. I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, so Street Viv is actually his first name is Victor, and he calls himself Victor Stanshall. He was hired by Billy in the 1970s. That's the date that I determined when Billy brought him in to hire him to play the part of Vivian Stanshall. Vivian Stanshall is not a real person; it's a character that was invented by Billy. And Billy played the role of Stanshall in the Bonzo Dog Band. But in order for Billy to have both of his roles, the Stanshall role and the McCartney role, to coexist, he had to hire somebody so that he wouldn't have the Batman and Bruce Wayne effect, right? They couldn't be in the same room at the same time.
Right.
So we won't get into that, but just it's an interesting story, and you can go to my...
We won't get into it. Who mysteriously died in the fire?
Died in a fire, 1995. So when you go into Wikipedia, you see Vivian Stanshall died. That's Victor that they're talking about. Okay.
Right, go ahead, man. I hate to interrupt you, but if I forget these little things, go ahead.
Yeah. So I had this image of Billy as Stanshall and Billy as McCartney, and I'm looking at the images, and I noticed that Billy's left eye looked like it was drifting to the left, like he had a lazy or wandering eye. So for me, that was substantiating that he did play the role of Stanshall, because what are the odds that if they're two different people that they would have the same eye anomaly? Right. So you're kind of closing the gap on this thing and determining that, it is the same guy. So I was just thinking that Billy had a lazy eye, and it wandered a little bit. To cut to the chase, Sally's research said no. The reason why his left eye is doing that is because his right eye is an ocular prosthetic. He's blind in his right eye. And so she took me through her evidence, both video and still images.
And this is all on stage of Quay.
Yes.
You guys can see all this, all on stage
Yes.
of Quay. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. So where we could see that Billy's his right eye, which he's blinded, although he has very good motion with both eyes. In other words, they're in sync. They move together. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes the right eye, which he's blinded, doesn't track exactly with the left eye. And I've noticed that it happens many times when he looks hard left. So when Billy looks hard left, his left eye looks hard left, but his right eye does not.
Doesn't follow.
It'll look left, but it's more center left versus hard left.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went through this, and once we presented Sally's research, it's not my research, it's her research. She gets full credit for this. Billy came out with an interview. He did the Eyes of the Storm interview. The Eyes of the Storm was an exhibit of photos that were allegedly taken by Paul McCartney back in 1964, like the height of Beatlemania. So there was this exhibit. And interesting, it was referred to as Eyes of the Storm. So Billy is being interviewed by, I think it was on CBS, by this person. And they stop at this one particular photograph. And so the interviewer says, that's a great photograph. You really have to have an eye to take something like that. And so Billy he moves his head forward like he's looking at the image, steps back and he goes, my left eye. So he was saying, I only have sight in my left eye. There's also a clip, I think it's from Give My Regards to Broad Street, that movie he came out with in the 1980s, where almost the exact same dialogue is said again. So that was back in the 80s, 40 years ago. And then I think the interview with CBS was last year or earlier this year. So that was the way we looked at that, is that was Billy validating that it's true. He does not have sight in his left eye. Now, what he's doing is a technique that Freemasons use, referred to as masterfully speaking. So masterfully speaking just means that they can speak in encoded ways to reveal the truth, but it's encoded. Yeah. So you have to understand.
This is the Letterman interview.
Yes, in 2009.
Right. Okay.
Yes. The Letterman interview, he did that, and he masterfully speaks there, and it's great. It's brilliant. Both him and Letterman were both masterfully speaking, and you're watching two very high-level Freemasons, and I believe Billy's in the illuminated degrees, but that's a discussion for another day. Bantering back and forth. That interview came out right after Wired magazine, from out of Italy, the Italian version of Wired magazine, released an article that had to do with two forensic experts taking a look into Paul McCartney to determine whether he was replaced or not. Now, these two Italian researchers, and they are forensic researchers, they're not just two hacks. These are two people that really know what they're doing. When they engaged in taking a look into the whole Paul is dead thing, they believe that Paul has always been Paul, and so through their forensic work, they were going to be able to close the door on his, just
once and for all. Hey,
this is done. Okay, so stop at all the silliness. He's the same guy. What happened was, once they got into the analysis, they realized it wasn't the same guy. And so the more they looked, the more they were convinced that there's something going on here. These are not the same two people. And that article, it did come out. It's very difficult to find on the internet. I believe it was scrubbed. So that came out, and when it was released, that's when Billy went on to Letterman to talk about the whole Paul is dead conspiracy and the silliness of it and all that stuff. But as he's masterfully speaking, he's actually telling us, yes, it's true. I'm not Paul McCartney.
Yeah, I'm the guy. I'm the guy. I'm the guy.
I'm the guy. Yeah. I'm the guy. Yeah. A very good double. I'm the guy.
Yeah.
So, we have situations like that. So the eye is the biggest, to me, is the proof point, because biological Paul didn't have a prosthetic, ocular prosthetic. He had two good eyes.
Mike, there was some very interesting, and you had to see this. I can't remember who it was, but it just came out. There was a YouTube video, and it was called, I think it was called Whispers from Memoirs. Did you see this? And there were decoded deep messages throughout that. And one of the messages, because they shouted you out, and who's the woman who came up with this?
Sally.
They shouted you guys out because one of the hidden messages and the whispers were about him having a prosthetic eye. I mean, did you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Okay, so that you probably watched that on Kat's Supernatural Beatles channel.
Yeah.
She got into the whisper messages. In fact, I asked if I could mirror it on my site. She did such a great job, and she said, sure. So
can you explain exactly what that is, though, Mike, a whisper message? Because I didn't really understand how she was decoding this. What is that?
Okay, so let me just say this. The Sally's eye discovery made its way into memoirs, not only in the whisper messages, but also within the footnotes that Tom put together. So it's there now. The same thing happened with my work as it pertains to whether the Beatles wrote all their own music and played on all the recorded tracks. Once I came out with that, Memoirs was updated and to validate my work. So my work was validated and Sally's work was validated. Now, whisper messages are part of the layering within the book, The Memoirs of Billy Shears. So if you just read The Memoirs of Billy Shears like any other book, you read everything from left to right, you're going to get a narrative. But there are layers of encoding. So the next layer of encoding would be what's referred to as word stacking. So word stacking means that there are words, bolded out words on each page within Memoirs. When you read the bolded out words as standalone, now you have more information because it forms more sentences. The next layer is referred to as the acrostical code, where the first letter of every odd numbered sentence, when you take the first letter, beginning of the sentence, and you read vertically, that forms more information or more sentences. So that's another layer. Another layer is the fact that the book leads you or actually encourages you to research outside the book. And that's what happened with me with the music. That wasn't in the book. I saw the hint. I saw the clue that was dropped, which most people would just breeze right by. I'm like, no, something's going on here. So that's another aspect of layering, where the book is inviting intrepid readers to go outside and, test the waters and either debunk it or see if what is being said is true. Now, Memoirs is historical fiction. The book is very clear about that. And the reason for that is because it requires plausible deniability, because Billy and Tom and everybody else involved has signed non-disclosure agreements. So it has to have threads of historical fiction. Now, another layer is which was introduced probably, I'm trying to remember when, maybe an edition or two ago, where there's very faint font written at either the top, the side, or the bottom of a page. It's very faint, where it's giving more information about disclosure. Now, some of the information in the whisper messages I would refer to as esoteric. It gets into more of Billy's occultism, but other whisper messages are not. I mean, they're just, even a person that's not, doesn't have an understanding of occultism and mythology, as an example, like the Egyptian mysteries, there are whisper messages that have nothing to do with that. You just read them as they are, and it's giving you more information. So the Memoirs of Billy Shears think of it as a big puzzle. It's a big Masonic puzzle. And it's there to make you think. And it's for people, like I mentioned before, who are intrepid. They will analyze the book and look for the clues. This is how Stacy, another researcher, who this I got to say, Stacy, I know you're probably listening to this. I mean, you are. I told her she is one smart cookie. This lady. But in the book, it kind of leads us down a path to kind of ponder, or maybe even believe, that Aleister Crowley was Billy's biological father. But Stacy looked at other passages within the book and other clues and deducted that no, Crowley is not his father. Doesn't mean he wasn't tutored by Crowley. It just means that Crowley is not his biological father, and that his actual bloodline, blue bloods going back to Scotland, are the Douglas Hamiltons and the Percys. On the Percy side, which is his mother's side of the house, there's Campbell blood. So sometimes people will say, oh, he's William Campbell. And in the book, he says, I have Campbell blood. I have Campbell relatives. So I think that she broke the code on that, to be honest with you, Vince. One of the reasons is because, and Tom, if you're listening to this, feel free to comment. I sent that presentation to Tom twice.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And both times when I sent it to him, I didn't get a response back, that's not what Tom usually does. So if I send something to Tom, he will respond one way or another. He'll say, oh, that's interesting. Or he'll say, you're on the right path, or whatever. Nothing. Because I think the reason for that, and again, this is conjecture on my part, being speculative, is because even though Billy tells us that the identity of his parents are encoded in the book, I don't think that he thought that anybody was going to be able to figure it out, to decode it. And because once you decode it, which Stacy, I believe, did, or at least her case is very compelling, that opens up a can of worms, right, when you think about it. So people will really start looking into the Douglas Hamilton bloodline, the Percy bloodline. And so in order to kind of keep it under wraps, you just don't respond. It's like the Streisand effect, right? If you keep talking about it, you tell people don't look at something, they look at it.
Yeah.
If you just be quiet, it just kind of dies on the vine.
Yeah.
And I think that that's probably the tactic that's being used. Again, this is conjecture on my part, but I thought her research was great.
Mike, have you ever wanted to go down the Tom U. Harriet hole? Now, because I there has to be a part of you. Now, I know you have dialogue with him. He gives you information, and you in no way or shape want to ever break that, bond and trust, because you're the only one that has that. Have you ever really looked into who this guy is?
I made an assumption that Tom is a real person, okay, and he is a real person. I made an assumption because in the very beginning you're wondering, is he real? Is he using an alias, and so on? But now I have a professional relationship with Tom, so we're not beer drinking buddies or anything like that. And most of our correspondences come in the form of messages or emails, where a lot of times it has to do with me asking him a question about a certain passage in the book and looking for clarification. I do not divulge to Tom what I'm working on, or what I was working on when I was doing the research, and Tom never divulged to me what he was putting in the book. He might say, I'm working on updating the book. Okay, well, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't give me any details, right? So we didn't share our information, and I wasn't going to do that. Now, Tom, going back, did mail me a copy of the book. He signed it for me. Okay, and now I should also say that even though that was a free copy of the book, all of the versions that I worked from, I purchased. Mm-hmm. This was kind of after the fact, because I do believe at some point this book is going to have a lot of importance as it pertains to the Beatles. And of course, he had an address, and it was his home address. And it's not too hard to figure out whether that address exists.
Wow.
And the thing is, Hugh Harriet is not a common name, but it's also not. He's not the only person walking around with the surname of Hugh Harriet.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't believe me, go do a search on the surname of Hugh Harriet, and what you'll see is there are other people who have the last name of Hugh Harriet. Tom's got 5 kids, and their last names are Hugh Harriet. So he's a real person. He has a Facebook page. Tom is he's very active on his Facebook page. I mean, I'm not on Facebook. I have an alias that I use in order to work with the particular Facebook forum page that we have between the other researchers, but I don't interact on Facebook. And the other reason why I have an alias is because I occasionally sell guitars.
Got you.
On Marketplace, right? So, but as far as having a personal Facebook page, a Sage of Quay Facebook page, interacting as myself or Sage of Quay on Facebook, I do not do that. I left Facebook years ago.
Yeah.
It's just a big, to me, it's just a big black hole of nothingness. So Tom is a real person. And I know that Sally has actually met Tom.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So, so he exists.
Yeah.
unless Tom sent a very good double to represent him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, street Tom.
Street Tom.
Hey, Mike, I got to talk to you about 2 more things.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We all know the clues. Like, come on, listen, guys. I'm not at the kindergarten level. I'm at the Mike. I'm at this. I'm of the school of Mike Williams. We all know the clues. The clues are right in front of your face. Hundreds of them. We all know the clues. I buried Paul. Okay. Sharon Clements.
Yeah.
Was on your show.
Yeah.
I'm going to give her a shout out. Foreign Fruit. She writes this book called Foreign Fruit.
Forbidden Fruit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Forbidden Fruit. I'm sorry. I got it right over here. Forbidden Fruit. Wow. Here's my first question. This is the first question I want to ask you. The reason I said so many clues are on the level and right in front of our face, as simple as Billy saying, "I am that guy." Okay, he's looking at the camera. I am. You can't get any more clear than that. I buried Paul. We know them all. However, in her book, these are things that are like not even below the surface. I'm talking about buried at the bottom of the ocean. The scenarios and the stories, that she came up with and the theories are so deep. And what she really does is she breaks it down to words. She pulls out certain words. She really studies the words. And we're going to talk about this in a second. But in her hypothesis, everything leads to Washington.
Seattle, yeah.
Seattle, Washington. We're going to talk about that in a minute. I want to talk about the Illuminati Circle of 300 and how this works. And this is where it gets a little muddy to me because they tell us in plain sight. They tell like that. That's part of the code. We got to tell them. We got to let them know they're never going to believe it anyway. That's part of the code. So part of the McCartney myth is all these clues are right in front of your face. We are telling you, you're never going to believe this. You're going to be conspiracy theorists, crazy. But with the research she did, it is not on the surface. And it is so very, very, very deep that I'm almost thinking, unless she was sent to you, because I'm thinking was Sharon, because first of all, Mike, she had the shades on for the whole interview. All right, what's going on with the shades there? A little, I'm saying to myself, was Sharon purposely sent to Mike to lay out these things that we may have missed? Because to me, to her credit, two things. Number one, there are too many things that are too coincidental. And number two, I always wanted to believe that a lot of the songs with gibberish really meant something. I never wanted to believe I Am the Walrus is just gibberish. I always wanted to believe these words mean something. So what I'm trying to say is this part of their game plan? Like, in other words, is there a level where they put it right out in front of our face? And then is there that second level where they hide things much, much deeper that are maybe a little bit more dangerous? Because what she's talking about is not a car crash. She's talking about a sacrifice.
Yes.
That's what she's talking about here, a satanic ritual. I mean, gets very descriptive at the end of the book, and I don't want to ruin it for her. And, actually, if she could sell it, great. But where she goes is very deep, very dark, very satanic. Is this the way they work, Mike, where they're working on two different levels? Like, okay, everybody can see this here. This is really simple. But if you want to really get down to what our practice is, we're going to tell you, but you're never going to find it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What do you think about all that? Please tell me. I've read this book and it blew me away.
Yeah, so I talked about the ritual sacrifice possibilities going back to 2018 in my presentation, The Beatles, Paul McCartney, and the Grand Illusion. I talked about that premise, and I brought it up many times that it was a possibility. Billy refers to it in the book as death for success. So these ritual sacrifices.
Making a deal with the devil.
Yeah, the Faustian bargain, right?
Yeah.
And we're told in the book that John Lennon and Paul McCartney made the pact in October of 1963. I think it was October 24th of 63 is what we're told in the book. And so now I'm going to say that these pacts, based upon my research, they do exist.
Do you think this is what the 27 Club is all about?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought,
Yeah.
okay.
Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones, John Bonham of Led Zeppelin, Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix,
Janis Joplin.
I mean, we can go on and on and on, right?
Amy Winehouse.
Yep. And so it does exist, and it's not just the 27 Club. You'll see people dying at different ages. I'm not going to get into it because the numerology piece of this really gets some people kind of jammed up. But I look at the ages in which people die, and I completely. I should say completely. I can see that these numbers are occulted numbers. So I'll just leave it at that. Okay, so now with Sharon's work, again, like Stacy's, very compelling, very compelling. Now, I don't know Sharon's background. I'm going to assume that she's just a very smart person, very intrepid, and has very good research and investigative skills. And the reason why I say that, folks, is because when I came out with my work, when I was looking into the music and all of this, people accused me of being on the payroll, working with Tom, Billy's payroll.
People have said, Mike, that you are Tom. People have actually
yes,
said that.
They said, yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, Tom and I are two different people, but people say stupid things all the time. And but I've been accused of those types of things, basically, being a plant, and I'm not. I'm not a plant. My research and my investigative skills is something that I've always had my whole life, and the work that I did in the corporate world had to do with financial analysis, very detailed financial analysis, building scenarios, looking at data, assessing data, looking at patterns and trends and stuff like that. I mean, so that's basically look at it as that's my skill set.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody put me here. I just went ahead and did my thing. So I'm going to say that Sharon is coming from the same path. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But her work, like I said, is very compelling. And because what happens, folks, is I'll give you a brief overview. So she focused a lot on the song I Am the Walrus. And she said, in the song I Am the Walrus, there are all of these clues that point to Seattle. And of course, the Beatles' last concert was in Seattle. And many researchers believe that it was after the Seattle concerts that Paul was never seen again.
They had two more, wasn't it? Seattle, LA, and San Francisco, right? So there were two more after Seattle.
Yeah, and I guess the premise would be that maybe they had a stand-in or a lookalike play for those concerts.
And it's very hard. It's very hard, Mike. It's very hard to find footage of those last two concerts that weren't taken by fans where you can really make anything out.
Yeah. So I have always said that whether Paul died in August, September, or November, those are the three time frames. Late August, September 11th, which is what we're told in the book, or November 9th, because that's 9/11 inverted. That I've always said, look, I don't major on that because dead is dead.
Yeah.
So whether you died in August, September, or November, I don't know. I'm not going to die on a hill for that one. Now, after the show, I did talk to Sharon, and I said, because she believes he died in August. I said, but the book really, really drills in on September 11th, and September 11th is a very important date in the occult. September 11th in occultism from the world of the controllers is referred to as a day of war. It could be actual physical war or psychological war. And we just talked about this back and forth. Neither one of us landed in a particular spot. I wasn't looking to convince her of anything. I mean, she can make her mind up about, where she wants to land with her own research. But I said perhaps that the actual ritual had a span of time. So that span of time took it from late August to September 11th, where it culminated on September 11th of 1966. So, I'm not an occultist. I'm not involved in occult ritual. So I don't know what all goes on when these types of things go down, if in fact it went down. So now the other thing too, and I alluded to this during the show with Sharon, John Lennon did not write I Am the Walrus.
Yeah, no, yeah, you were, great points about that. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah.
Because if what Sharon was presenting is true or accurate, then how would John Lennon have that level of knowledge, very intricate knowledge of Seattle and Seattle locations?
No way.
There's no way.
No.
So what that says is, again, Sharon's work is very compelling, and if she's correct, then John Lennon did not write I Am the Walrus. That song was written for him, where the clues were embedded into the lyrics, and his job, just like with Rubber Soul, was to sing it.
Yeah.
John Lennon was quoted in an interview saying that there's only about 100 people that really understand the Beatles' music. Also, John Lennon in the early 1970s, I think it was 71, in Rolling Stone magazine, said that the Beatles were a myth, Paul McCartney's a myth, Bob Dylan is a myth. John Lennon came out with a song on his Imagine album, How Do You Sleep? Mm-hmm. It's the quintessential Paul is Dead song. If you read memoirs and then you listen to John's song, or listen to John's song and then read memoirs, it's completely stitched together.
Yeah.
So John Lennon was dropping a lot of clues, as was George Harrison.
If Sharon's work is correct, does it surprise you that those clues are so embedded that they would almost be impossible to find? Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me, because when you think about it, memoirs is the same thing. Memoirs is the same thing.
Yeah.
Everything's embedded. It's encoded, right? I talked about Stacy. Stacy picked up on certain passages in memoirs that took her off to take a look at the Douglas Hamilton and Percy bloodlines, that being Billy's family tree, his lineage. Again, do we know for sure? No. Is her work compelling? Absolutely, just like Sharon's. So this deep encoding, this is what occultism is all about, Vince. When we talk about the esoteric and the occult, this is how they play. This is how they play ball. And it's very difficult for just about most people, 99.9% of the population, to really get their heads wrapped around, because that's not our world.
Yeah, right. Totally foreign.
It's totally foreign. And so when you're introduced to it or you're being told about it, your initial inclination is,
because you don't understand it. So
because you don't understand it.
Yeah.
So, but this world is,
So Mike, now I got to ask you this, because Sharon's explanation, and this made sense. This made total sense. Sharon said that the car accident was a way to explain to his family, because if Paul really had died, you had to tell his close-knit family something. That's where the car accident, came up, because we're not going to tell him, well, yeah, we killed him in a satanic ritual. We're not going to tell that to his family. But so do you buy that theory? I mean, is the car accident, the picking up the hitch, like, is all that just the cover of this? Do you believe that?
I think it could very well be a cover story talking about a car accident. I don't know if it was put together so that it could be told to Paul's family to make it more palatable, that, that's how he died and so on. I have no idea. That's speculative, and but it's okay. I mean, it's a hypothesis. It's okay. I have hypothesized and speculated that Paul's father, Jim McCartney, was a Freemason, and he was part of the whole process to, I think he may have been his initial handler and getting him prepped for what Tavistock had in mind, down the road. So in Lennon's case, it would have been his uncle, as it's explained in memoirs. His father, Freddie, was missing in action. Freddie just wasn't there. And his mother died when John was young. He was raised by his Aunt Mimi. Paul McCartney's mother passed away when he was 17. So we have this broken family. We have this level of dysfunction, which can be indicative of kids who would be identified and pulled into programs, mind control programs. All right. I'm not saying that it's always the case, but when you do the research, you find that type of family dynamic where it's broken up. It's a pool of resource that they can pull from, and I think it's very possible that Paul's father was a Freemason.
Wow.
And because when you think about it, who would agree?
Yeah.
To have somebody replace your son. Think about that.
Yeah.
We're going to honor your son, and Billy's going to play him, and you're just going to be so proud of what Billy's going to put out and under the McCartney name and so on. I mean, if it were me, I'd be like, get lost.
Yeah.
So so I all I can do is with regard to Sharon's work is to say I did the show with her. Take a listen, and or if you're really, really interested, buy the book.
Yeah. What was interesting too about her book, I do want to say, it did for me. It added a lot more meaning to Magical Mystery Tour to me.
Yeah.
So I mean, because you read her book, then you go back and you watch it, which you've never understood anything up until this point. But when you go back and watch it with her research, it does make it a little bit more clear.
Yeah, I think they started filming Magical Mystery Tour on September 11th. Wow. So there's the date again.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up with this, Mike, because I could talk to you for hours. Mike, I am 1,000% convinced Tavistock is alive and well.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe without a shadow of a doubt that Taylor Swift was made in a laboratory. This is, I don't know if she was 12 or 11 or 13, but all of a sudden this 12-year-old girl from God knows where moves to Nashville, Tennessee, and is in the studio with some of the greatest musicians in the history of country and Western. It goes as far, Mike. I know we spoke about this last time. Like, this is like people think we're crazy, Mike. Mike, they were interviewing grown women after Taylor Swift's era tour. They didn't remember the concert.
Right.
Please, Mike, tell me I'm wrong, and explain to me how Travis Stock would go about making the next superstar that is, going to mold the youth of tomorrow. I mean, because, and also let's remember this, Mike. She endorsed Kamala Harris.
Yes.
So walk me through this and tell me if I'm crazy or not.
Well, we have to understand that social engineering, mind control, conditioning, that has been around for since day one. And when we talk about Tavistock actually came out of Wellington House, which was the propaganda arm of the British military and intelligence from World War I. All right, so they were responsible for all the propaganda that came out. And so from Wellington House, in 1921, it became the Tavistock Clinic. And the Tavistock Clinic, what they were doing was taking soldiers from World War I and who had shell shock. And the premise was that they were going to do research and analyze the soldiers with shell shock and figure out psychological components and all of that. Very convenient when you think about it, right? They have an instant inventory of patients or subjects that they can work on. I'm not going to say work with, work on. Then they became the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, I believe it was in 1947. But the reason why I'm taking you through that history, folks, is because Tavistock has been around for 100 years, for a century, as an entity. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, they are headquarters, the hub for the social engineering and the brainwashing and the conditioning and the indoctrination that takes place throughout the deep state, the shadow government, the Illuminati, however you want to label them. There is a deep state shadow government control matrix that runs this world. That's why you have things like the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Bank. You have the IMF, the Bank of International Settlements, the World Court. Everything is, if you see the word international or world in front of it, okay, that is the overarching structure that's running the show. And everything underneath that is a puppet show. It's what's taking place in front of the curtain.
It's a controlled puppet show.
It's a controlled puppet show. So all the people that are on the public stage, all of your presidents, your prime ministers, and all that stuff, they all work for this deep state. And I've mentioned many times in other shows that the president of the United States, at best, would be mid-level management within the pyramid. It's called the pyramid of power. And they're kind of like in the middle somewhere. And so they have bosses. They have people that write their job descriptions for them and tell them what it is that they're going to do and what it is they're not going to do. Presidents do not have the power that you think they do, nor do prime ministers. So we'll leave that there. So what happens, Vince, is it's very hard for a lot of people to really, really come to grips with this. But so many people work or operate within that system, that pyramid of power. These are people that belong to secret societies, primarily, and the overarching secret society would be the Freemasonry. But there are many, many different secret societies, and what the what the secret societies and the controllers are very good at doing is setting aside their differences, because they do have differences in how they're going to go about things. But they set that aside because they agree on the final objective, which is total control. It's one world, everything. And for those that don't see this happening or see this coming, I don't know what to tell you. You have to do some more research. What you might want to do is to go to the website of the World Economic Forum, where they are just blatantly putting it all out there with 15-minute cities and surveillance this and surveillance that and digital ID, digital currency, and all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is not conspiracy anymore. It may have been conspiracy 10 years ago, 20 years ago, but this stuff is sitting right on top of our heads right now. It's on our doorstep. So you have a population of people that are tied into this system. And so what happens is this is their world. And because it's their world, they're plugged in as resources, not only like the parents, but potentially the children as well. And so people are identified at certain stages of their life as having the potential to be able to help push the agenda forward in some capacity. So they could be earmarked as a politician. They could be earmarked as an international corporation, a CEO, some kind of financial mogul, and so on. These people are all in the system.
Entertainers, big time.
Entertainers, depending upon where they are in the entertainment industry.
Right.
But it's tiered. So I don't want everybody to think that if a particular celebrity's at the top. They're not. But it's a pyramid. So it emanates from the very top, and there's all kinds of debates as to who really sits at the top of this pyramid. But just it's well enough to understand that below that, it's a corporate structure. So the way it works is the same way a corporation works. So if a corporation, let's say the CEO of a major corporation decides that this is where he or she wants to take the company. So a strategy is formulated. The strategy is formulated at the very top of the corporate structure, the corporate pyramid. And then that strategy then is pushed down to the lower levels within the corporation to have that strategy executed and put into play, to have it deployed. Mm-hmm. And to do that, there are different functions and there are different skill sets and resources, people that do this type of work. And so that's how it works. It gets pushed down. So I have explained that, I'm sorry it's taking a little long to explain, but I found that there were 3 tiers. There are those who are bloodlined. So if they're bloodlined into the elite families, they're going to be tapped for certain positions of power and influence throughout the world. And it could be governments, it could be the media, it could be whatever, the corporate matrix, the corporatocracy. Then you have those who may not be bloodlined, but they're in the secret societies. Well, I'll pick on Freemasonry. So in Freemasonry, their oaths trump everything. So their allegiance is to their oaths, which is referred to as their obligations. So that would be the second tier in which they're going to pull to bring people in to do the work of the pyramid. Below that are people that are outside the pyramid that are scouted and pulled in. So they're lured in by, they could have, let's say, parents who were in the military or in intelligence. That's one piece of it. Or they can have parents that have no linkages into the military or intelligence, but they're just out there. Let's just say they do have skills and they are talented. They're brought in, and then their talent is manipulated. It's handlers come in, they're groomed to play a certain part. And the way it works is carrots are dangled. So they bring
Man,
somebody
I
in.
swear, I hate to interrupt you, Mike, but I feel like you're telling me the Howard Stern story. That's what I feel like you're telling me. But go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I know that I know a person who was very accomplished in the music industry. He told me stories that had to do with himself. He never took the bait. But what happens is when you don't take the bait, let's say you're very skilled and you are accomplished, you could still play in the system, and you're going to contribute to the structure above you in making money. They'll pay you money, but they're going to make money too.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But also there's a ceiling for those types of people.
Yeah.
So they won't go any higher. So what will happen is they hit a ceiling, boom, boom, they can't get past it. But what happens is they dangle the carrot.
Right.
And the carrot is, hey, let's do this. You want to be famous? I can make you famous. And a lot of times these people are very young. And so the whole fame and fortune and the celebrity just like, yeah, I'll do that. And so they sign on the dotted line. And they get some work done. It's very incremental and methodical the way they do it, by the way. I mean, so it's not, they bring it along because it has to be done through consent. You have to consent to it.
Right. Right.
So let's say you get a taste of success. Then they come back and say, that was pretty good, huh? You like that? A lot of money? The popularity?
Sounds like the devil.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And then you say, yeah. And then you say, yeah, I love it. I love it. You know, you want more? Oh, yeah, I want more.
Yeah.
So then what happens is now you're going to the second rung on the ladder, and the third and the fourth. And the more you keep going, the darker and darker it gets. And that's the process in a nutshell. I mean, we could take a look at what's going on with Sean Combs, P. Diddy.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just saying, here's a situation where this stuff is coming out, how this works with his freak offs and all of this stuff. It was just incredible amounts of degeneracy and totally dark, satanic, occulted stuff that was taking place and still taking place. I mean, this stuff is so embedded in the entertainment and the music business today. It's unbelievable. I mean, really, when people talk about it being a dark place to work, it really is a dark place.
Now, here's always my question, Mike, when something like this happens, when all of a sudden Diddy's outed and Diddy's in jail.
Right.
Is that them? Are they now punishing Diddy for maybe something he did against the system? Is that how it works? Because if somebody's embedded and then all of a sudden they're outed, they're Weinstein, whatever, is that part of the system? You effed up. Here you go.
Yeah, it could be that. It could also be that they will take some of their own and throw them under the bus. And the reason why they do that is because it's a major league distraction. So as an example.
Got you. Go ahead. People
will look at Sean Combs or P. Diddy. P. Diddy's so stupid to say that. But in any case, people will look at him and think that he's the pinnacle. He's the zenith of the problem. When in fact, he's low level.
Right.
So by taking him and throwing him in jail,
it's the old look over here, don't look over there.
Right. So all of the attention he gets, it's the same thing they did with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Right. That's still going. That's still going on. And people still want to see the Epstein's flight logs and all of this stuff. People are still spinning their wheels on this stuff. Another great example of that is Jimmy Savile. Now, that's not to say that Jimmy Savile wasn't a repugnant, reprehensible person, but Jimmy Savile was not, like I said, the pinnacle or the zenith of all of this dark stuff that takes place with human and sex trafficking and all of the ritual abuse. So think about what they did with Jimmy Savile. The revelations about what he was involved in didn't come out when he was alive. It was revealed after he passed away. That's because dead men don't talk.
Yeah.
And then what happens is the public looks at that, especially those that are paying attention to this stuff, and say, well, see, well, we got him. We got him. We got him. This was a big win, a big win. Well, it's a win, maybe. In Savile's case, he died, so I don't know what you want other than the fact that it was post-mortem that they, it came out what he was involved in. But it's the same thing with P. Diddy. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think it's going to be one of those wheel-spinning exercises like Jeffrey Epstein, where people are going to think that, they got a big fish, when the fact of the matter is you didn't get a big fish.
God, Mike, I can't help but as you're talking about this, I can't help thinking about Vince McMahon. Could he have been in one of those very, very similar situations with what he's dealing with now?
I don't know, Vince. It could be. I don't know. All we can do is speculate and maybe create a hypothesis. It can't even become a theory, because a theory is something that you can actually test over and over again. But the way I look at it is just about anybody that has achieved a level of fame and fortune that is in the upper echelon of fame and fortune is suspect. I'm sorry, this is even going back to the Beatles. How anybody believes that a band comprised of 4 guys that were working class scousers out of Liverpool were organic and achieved the fame and fortune that they did, unprecedented, and think that there was nothing going on, that there was no machine behind them, there was nothing, nobody was grooming them, nobody was handling them, that none of that took place. It's the height of being naive.
Yeah, and Mike, that's what I say about Taylor Swift, because I always say when you look at Taylor Swift, Mike, off the top of my head, I can name 25 better female singers, 25 better female guitar players, 25 better female songwriters. She's average. I mean, she literally is average. And the spot that she's in, that's not going to happen on your own if you're an average person.
No, she's a complete and total manufactured entity. Now, Tavistock is great at a lot of things, but 2 things that they really excel at is creating cults and reducing the thinking of an adult to that of a child. Because when you reduce an adult's thinking down to a childlike level, it's emotion-based.
Yeah.
They're not using adult reasoning and logic. Everything is knee-jerk. It's very emotional. I see this all the time with the Beatles stuff. So Taylor Swift and her Swifties are a cult, just like the Beatles are a cult. And pick any band. I mean, there's the cult of Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. There's the cult of Trump. There's the cult of Biden and Kamala Harris. These are all, people are placed in buckets, and they have belief systems. And these belief systems that they have, they're so attached to them that it dictates how they behave, how they react. And so Taylor Swift, she's 35 years old now. She was born in 1989, if I'm not mistaken. And if you go onto Wikipedia, Vince and I talked about this in one of the shows that we did previously. You take a look at her list of accomplishments for somebody at that time. She was 34 years old when we did that show. It's ludicrous. It's absolutely unbelievable. There's no way that she accomplished all of this. She's a prop. She's somebody that's manufactured, and she's put out into the public eye, and you're told stories. These are called official narratives. You're told stories about Taylor Swift. Are they true? I'm going to say no, they're not true. They're not true. And so she was groomed, and she was handled, and she was brought along to be who she is today. One of the things I wanted real quickly, Vince, I know we're short on time. Her tour is called the Eras Tour, like an era, plural. So if you take a look at the definition of era, an era is a fixed point in time from which a series of years is reckoned. It can refer to a specific period in history, often characterized by distinct cultural, social, and economic developments. So Taylor Swift is very often referred to as a cultural phenomenon, just like the Beatles were. Mm-hmm. In fact, many times she's compared to the Beatles. I have some articles here. I picked up, well, all I did was I typed in Taylor Swift and Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
Sky News. She now transcends even the highest echelons of pop fame, massively boosting everything from music sales to the entire global economy. Now, do you think that this is just some innocent old girl that picked up an acoustic guitar and started strumming a couple of basic chords and started writing music? No. Well, if you're in a position where you are in the echelon of pop fame, and newspaper articles or online articles are written saying that you are a main contributor to the entire global economy, well, you know what? You're manufactured.
Yeah.
So, Billy Joel was saying that she knows music and she knows how to write. She's like this generation's Beatles.
Ringo literally within the past week put her over huge. Ringo himself. Yeah. And when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, of course you're going to put that over, right?
Yeah, here's another one from The Week. This is from online magazine called The Week from June of 2024. So this is recent. The British Geological Survey estimated that the audience reaction at Murrayfield Stadium had an effect similar to a 2.3 magnitude earthquake. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I don't know if that's another nonsense story, but what they're doing is, my point is they're playing her up.
Yeah, of course.
Building her up. And here's the thing, right? Here's, so the Beatles comparison. Here's Taylor Swift. And look who she's with.
Yeah. Look at that. Yeah.
So what you have to realize, folks, is what the deep state did, the shadow government, the Illuminati, again, whatever name you want to give them, they pulled everybody away from their traditional and ancestral traditions. Because if you are tied to that and you have an affinity for your traditions, then they can't move their ball forward. So what they did was, through their television sets and their magazines and their radios and their music and their Hollywood and everything else, was to deliver to you pop music and pop culture. So the culture that you reside in today is not your traditional or ancestral culture. It's popular culture. What's pop culture? Pop culture is Netflix, hamburgers, hot dogs, beers, sports, Elon Musk, politics. This is all pop culture. It's not real. What is real? Well, real means that you have to get rid of all of that stuff and get back to who you are inward as a person, your inner person. So you have to do your inner work to figure out what that is. What they've done is they've done an unbelievable job of just shaping and conditioning the population to a point where people they follow like sheep. So they put a shepherd out front. A shepherd could be a guy like Elon Musk. Just pick anybody. It's a celebrity, an entertainer, a songwriter, whatever, a band, and people follow. And that's why it's very difficult for us to get out from underneath all of the chaos and the dysfunction that we are witnessing today and have been for many years, for decades, because people, they don't see it. There are people that do see it, and it's very frustrating for those people, but most of the population hasn't a clue.
I always say, Mike, like, to me, like the most unbelievable thing that I always point to is, Mike, they had us fighting over toilet paper.
Yes.
Okay, that's what they minimized us down to, fighting over toilet paper.
Yeah, and they gaslight, Vince. I mean, they put mandates in effect at the corporate world and told people that if you didn't do what they told you to do, that you were going to lose your job, and many people did lose their jobs. And then they turned around after the event miraculously just evaporated and disappeared, and then turned around and said, we never forced anybody to do anything.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Mike, we could talk for hours. I want to get something straight, though, about going forward. So Sage of Quay continues?
Yeah.
Okay. And you do that weekly, or you do it as needed?
As needed.
Okay.
As needed. I mean, I just have too many things going on. Right now, I'm working on a major music project where my brother and I are resurrecting old demos that we wrote and recorded back 40 years ago.
Nice. Wow.
And we're reimagining the songs. We're retaining the original essence of the songs and the melodies, but we're doing them, as if we wrote the songs today.
Wow, that's awesome.
And that's going to be about a dozen to 15 songs. And I'm just finishing up the 5th song as we speak. So I've got a lot of other things that, I'm focused on. I mentioned, we have 2 grandchildren now. Our grandson is 26 months old now. Our granddaughter 6 months old.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, so there's just stuff like that, Vince. And, I'm still going to have my head in the game with regard to what goes on in the world and all that stuff. But as far as, like I said, the ongoing Beatles stuff, no. I reached a point of diminishing returns. Now, you put all this effort into it, how much more are you moving the ball forward?
Well, with that being said, Mike, I'm a little surprised with this. You could write, right behind the memoirs of Billy Shears, you could write the ultimate, Paul is dead, Beatles dead. You could write the ultimate book that would be right behind that book. That's a return. Have you not considered that?
I have been asked that many times, and I'm not patting myself on the back, but it would be better than the memoirs of Billy Shears, only from the standpoint because I would talk about things that memoirs is being coy about.
Right.
So where they're kind of like ducking and weaving, I won't duck and weave. I'll just say, this is what I believe happened.
Well, have you entertained that? I
have been asked. I have to be honest with you, Vince. A book is not on my radar right now. It's, you wrote books.
Yeah. Mike, the way you do your presentations, writing a book would take you 10 years.
Yeah.
It would be so thorough. Like I know how you are. And for you to write the book that you want to write, I think it would take a decade.
Yeah. And Vince, I'm going to be 67 years old in 2 months. And so my take on it is that, do I want to spend the next 5 to 10 years writing a book about the Beatles, or do I want to go do some more fun stuff in my life? Yeah, I'm with you. I'm out for the fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm with Mike. I'm about to turn 64, and you and I are on the same exact page.
Yeah.
So, Mike, sageofquay.com. Do we want to send them anywhere else?
No, just go to my hub website, sageofquay.com, sageofquay.com. All of my links are there. My links to my music as well. So if you're interested, I have a whole section dedicated to the Beatles conspiracy. Like I said, even though I'm wrapping up the day-to-day research, the ongoing research, there's a ton of stuff there. I have over 300 videos.
Wow, it's
on
amazing.
The topic.
It's amazing. The work Mike has done is amazing. Mike, I can't thank you enough. I love my conversations with you. I have my sons turned on to you. I'm going to be honest with you, Mike, and you mentioned it in passing. I always get lost in the numerology. I'm not good at the numerology, and I always try to follow that. But just the work you've done has been absolutely incredible. None of the work would exist if you were not here. None of this would exist, Mike. And there are just so many people out there that have read this and followed you, and just absolutely amazing work over the years.
Thank you, Vince. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. All right, Mike, don't go anywhere. I just want to personally thank you. But everybody, for me and Mike, please go to Sage of Quay, SAGEOFQUY, correct? QUAY.com. It's fascinating. It's not just Beatles. There's so many great topics on there. And also his Paul is Dead channel is just, related to that. But for the great Mike Williams and myself, we'll see you next time.